Hello everybody and welcome to the middle of London for the first national demonstration of the People's Assembly in quite a long time. I'm joined by Sam and Ramona, who between them have pretty much organised today's events. What can we look forward to? What's happening today? Hello.
Hello. Hi everybody. Well, it's really exciting. It's the first time we've been out in about a year and a half, so I think that's one thing. To see everybody sort of united together to march against the Tories is very exciting. To see everybody arrive here today so early, actually. I mean, we've got all of the trade unions, all of the campaigns, XR here. You know, it's just lovely. Such a broad mixture of people. I think it just warms your heart, really. Rafe.
So, what's the best bit for you besides being having a successful demo and then being in a pub afterwards having a drink? Which bit are you looking forward to? Because we've got
they're equal to each other. I think it's such a relief. I absolutely love to see the demonstration to be so vibrant and so broad, and then I absolutely love it when it all works out well, and the final speech is over and we can go to the pub.
And one of your responsibilities has been you've been in touch with all the other organisations who've been supporting today. It's a really long list, isn't it? So what's the response been like when you've been reaching out to other groups?
It's been so positive. We've been meeting for months, and I think that is absolutely part of the whole process. That's the beauty of putting on a demonstration. It's not just the demonstration. It's just not the day itself. It's what we do on the run up to it. It's making those connections. It's building those relationships, and it's about all of the communities coming together under one banner. That's the beauty of it. Yeah.
And we've got Extinction Rebellion here as well today.
We do. We have a great relationship with Extinction Rebellion, Kill the Bill Coalition, all of the campaigns. We've got CND. We have Peace and Justice, we have Stop the War Coalition, we have everybody. Everyone's coming out today, Rafe.
And everyone's speaking as well, so we'll have all the speeches. We've got two speeches. We've got a small stage here of speeches at the start and a big stage at the end in Parliament Square, folks. We're going to close down London again. Thank you very much. Sam Fairbairn, welcome back. How you doing, mate?
Good, I'm very, very good. Looking forward to today.
And you're just doing a stewards briefing. We've had a lot of people turn out to help today as well, haven't we?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's been very, very good. I mean, I think part of the thing about today is like you said, it's been a very long time since we've been able to come out on the streets, and obviously people are very frustrated. The last couple of years have been awful for people, and you've just seen this car crash government, and their decisions directly has caused thousands and thousands of deaths, needless deaths. We've now seen they're completely corrupt. They're handing out contracts to their mates, basically. Billions and billions of pounds of public money being wasted. It's an absolute tragedy. And at the same time, we're then told we have to pay for the COVID crisis. Well, no. I mean, actually, the richest have got richer still, even throughout the COVID crisis. So I think it's really quite an important moment for the movement to come together and say, well, we oppose what's going on. We want to see more investment in housing, in health, in jobs, in education. And all those kind of things, I mean, it's really, and it has to be a launch pad for more action.
I was going to ask you actually, because you were caught abroad when the pandemic started, so you were stuck abroad for quite a long time. So you must have watched it unfold, because you've been an political activist here for a really long time, and you were stuck abroad when all of this crazy shit happened, and it turned out the government were doing such a terrible job. What was it like to be seeing that from afar?
Well, it was very frustrating, obviously. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, there's obviously, I think people have been very frustrated anyway, because whether you're here or abroad, there's not been the opportunity really to oppose what's been going on. And unfortunately, what we've seen over the last year is a lack of any kind of real opposition. I mean, Keir Starmer's leadership of the Labour Party has let Boris Johnson and the government get away with everything that they're doing, and it's an absolute disgrace, So it's, thank God, finally we're back out on the streets, because we're now really the only kind of opposition.
I think that's a record. We've been broadcasting for about 6 minutes before anyone expressed their disappointment in Keir Starmer. It's the longest we've gone. So, and what are you hoping for today? Because as we said, it's the first time we've been out for a long time. We don't really know what to expect, do we? Because people are still quite anxious.
Of course. I mean, who knows what the numbers are going to be? I think it'll be a decent-sized demonstration. I think there will be many thousands of people that come. But of course, people are still worried about the new variant and about these things, which is fair enough. But I think the important thing is that those that feel that they are able to come out, voice their opposition, and like I said, start a process of rebuilding that opposition on the streets, which is something that we haven't had for a long time now.
Excellent. And if people can still come and join us,
Of course.
if you're in London, you're near enough, come and join us. What is it? It's Oxford.
Oxford Circus Tube, yeah. Just jump on the tube, come down to Oxford Circus, come up the road, we're here.
There is a warm welcome. Brilliant, Sam. Have a top day. Lovely to see you, mate. Brilliant. Nice one, folks. So I'm here with Camera Steve again. We're going to go and have a little wander and see who we can speak to. Let's speak to. Yes, come on then. Let's walk. Alex Kenny. Laura Pidcock's right here. Hello. I'm very well indeed. You're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
I was just about to
Why don't you come and say hello?
It's too hot. It's too hot in London.
It is. It's warm down here, isn't
Yeah.
it? Well, look, there everybody is.
Hi, everybody.
How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah, it's so nice to be actually out in real life. And it's very, very hot in London. I don't know if I've already mentioned that.
Well, you should be wearing your Tories Out T-shirt.
They don't even give you a T-shirt, though.
Well, they've got one.
I'll go-
We can sort you out with merch. They've got sportswear now as well. They've got sports vests. Yeah.
Amazing.
So
I'm just waiting to try and find Ramona, and I've got the list of the speakers for the first stage, and then I'm going to go over and just get set up.
but you're speaking as well, aren't you?
I am going to be speaking.
Excellent.
At the end.
But what I wanted to ask you about, you've been during the pandemic, during lockdown. You've been doing a lot of work for the People's Assembly on Zoom and all of that kind of thing. How's that been? I mean, do you feel it's been very difficult to organise? People have had a pretty bleak time, but at least you've been doing something to sort of reach out and keep the messages out there. How do you feel that's gone?
Well, I think it is important, like, that you feel part of a community, and we are part of a community, and that didn't just drop off because we're all locked in. But obviously it's nothing like the real life, is it? It's nice in terms of like how many meetings you can do and how quickly you can organise and how accessible it can be. But I am enjoying that today is going to be a bit of both.
Humans in real life and everything.
I don't really know how to go on, man. I don't know what to do. It's like first time out of the Northeast in a long time.
And how is everybody? Is your family and everything? Are you okay? Are you doing all right?
I'm really, really well. Aside from living in a country with a Tory government with an 80-seat majority, I am all right. It's just the problems, and this, I'll be talking a little bit about this today in the speech. The problems that we're facing are huge, and what today is going to be is just a kind of a reminder that we are here. There is a resistance. There is people ready to fight back, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I mean, compared to the People's Assembly, I mean, I know how far above our weight we punch. There's how hard everybody works, how organised they are. We should be, certainly these guys should be running the country. Really, the levels of incompetence are pretty astonishing, aren't they? We've been amazed. I mean, this Pancop business, it's hard not to laugh, really, isn't it?
Well,
but of course, there's piles of
cry, do you? Like you really don't know whether to laugh or cry. And in all honesty, I know loads of people have said it, but who he's having whatever he's having with isn't my business. There's obviously more serious political things beneath that, but actually the handling of the crisis, some of the things that we knew at the time, but then Dominic Cummings talked about in the select committee. He should have been sacked many times over. Shotgun.
Oh, we do miss Nye Bevan, don't we? Laura,
thank you for what
it's lovely to actually meet you properly.
I know.
Fantastic, nice one.
Have a good day.
Catch you in a bit.
See you later.
Have a good one. Okay. Who did I see? Jim, let's have a look. Who's about? Should we go this way, Steve? Jim, did you want to say hello?
Yeah, can do.
Okay, this is Jim Scott from Pembrokeshire People's Assembly. We've been working together in the office for the last few days, helping get things going. How you doing, mate?
Good. Yeah, just getting stewards organised, getting placards handed out, getting ready for the march.
And what was it? Was there a specific thing? What was it that made you give up your time Is there a particular issue or something that you're passionate about that made you want to come to London to help for this last week or so, isn't it?
Well, I mean, yeah, for this particular demo, I mean, obviously the Tories have kind of decimated our society as much as they could humanly get away with over the last kind of 7 years. I mean, I've been involved in People's Assembly activity for like about 7 years. And yeah, I got to just injustice generally. That's what kind of gets me out of bed. I can't sort of handle it, you know, seeing that happen. But yeah, this specific demo, I mean, it's really exciting. The kind of cross movement support this has got as well. We've got literally loads of the trade unions supporting this demo. We've got Extinction Rebellion, Disabled People Against Cuts, all the NHS campaigns. It's like phenomenal. Black Lives Matter, United for Black Lives, you know, Kill the Bill. We've just got like literally the entire movement is supporting this, and it's like really a really exciting moment. I think the Tories have completely criminally mismanaged the COVID crisis. They've allowed thousands of, over 130,000 people, to die completely unnecessarily. And although obviously with COVID still in place, it's hard to get people mobilised for a demo, but I think it's going to be big. Like I say, with all this support, it would be a lot bigger if it wasn't for COVID regs still in place. But there'll be another one, and we'll come back.
Well, brilliant, man. It's been great to hang out and volunteer together for the last few days.
Yeah, no,
so, total mate. Have a brilliant day.
Cool.
Nice one. Hello, thank you. We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. Were you on the Instagram Live the other day?
Yes, I was.
Who are you? What's your name?
I'm Marvin Newton from United for Black Lives, founder of United for Black Lives and Kill the Bill official coalition.
Excellent. And you're speaking today as well?
I am. Well, today we are building a movement of movements, making sure we show that this government is not fit for purpose, letting us be united against the Tories. And for me, this is just beautiful to see all the trade unions, again, people Assembly Against Austerity has been doing amazing work over the 10 years. I'm happy that I've been involved in some of those, from little things like, keep our NHS, and making sure that our voices are heard. A lot of black and marginalised communities are going to be affected by this police and crime sentencing bill. And today it's us coming and fighting for our rights and dealing with this and publicly shaming this government on its corruption over the years.
And you're saying that you're here part of the Black Lives Matter campaign as well.
Yes, I am.
Obviously, we've seen the geezer, the murderer, got banged up. What was your response to that?
He got 22 years to live. George doesn't. Some people will see that as justice, but someone's life has been taken, and that was something that could have been avoided. Black lives need to matter. All black lives need to matter. And until we see systems ending institutional racism, both in the UK and in the US and across the world, we won't be silenced by this. And I think what we are calling for is our allies, our beautiful allies. If you're listening to this, we need you. We need you to be united in this conversation, because we definitely want to make sure we keep our schools out of the market. We want to make sure we end institutional racism. We want to make sure we have decent housing. We want to make sure that we end the fire to hire kind of thing. We need to make sure that austerity measures that affect all the marginalized voices are part of the fundamental strategic changes, because mental health services need more resources than police systems. So when we say defund the police, it's really clear. Put those funding into organizations and resources that can change our communities.
That was an interesting. There was a report actually yesterday about the effect of racism on mental health in Australia. So it's been known for a long time that mental health is very bad, particularly among black men in this country.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing that it's come from Australia, but it does make sense, doesn't it? That racism does actually contribute to bad mental health.
It does have a negative impact on our mental health. Imagine walking into spaces where you just feel you're not wanted, knowing that you face microaggression on a daily basis, chipping away on who you are, code switching on a regular basis, knowing that your voice doesn't matter, but yet we stand, we rise. What the government does not realize, that while they try to separate us, to say that we should not be together, they tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds that were going to grow into this unity. Look at diversity. This is what equality looks like, and this is what democracy sounds like.
Fantastic, and so good to have you to be marching with you today.
Always,
brilliant,
always.
Brilliant.
And
nice
you've
one.
been doing such an amazing job.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay.
Do you
And you're speaking today as well.
I am speaking today, so I'll be speaking at Parliament Square just before Jeremy Corbyn.
We'll be filming. We'll be recording your speech. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Let's go speak to the NHS. Should we go speak to the NHS, Steve? Okay. So just up here is. Well, there's Alex. Let's have a quick word with Alex.
Can you carry on interview at the same time or no?
Sorry, mate.
Can you carry on interview at the same time?
What are you pitching?
Labour Outlook.
What's that mean? What is it?
Socialist democracy, really pushing that through, making sure that gets back on the agenda.
Good luck, man. Good luck. Well, you've been live on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
Oh, cool, brilliant.
So
Hello,
yeah,
everyone.
hold it up. There you go.
Labour Outlook.
Okay, nice one. Alex, can we have a word? Hello, can we have a word?
Yeah?
Are you all right? You're live on
Where
the
are you
People's
from?
Assembly Facebook page.
Wow. Oh, hello. Where am I looking? Am I looking at you?
There you go. You're in there.
Okay.
Anti-Tory whistles. Oh, okay. So we just need to move away from. There we go.
Right.
So, Alex Kenny, NEU,
Yeah,
speaking today as well.
I am speaking at Parliament Square. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. What can you tell us about? Obviously, the NEU has been right at the forefront of political news during the pandemic. What's kind of you're an executive committee member? Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
What's been your experience of what it's been like in London as well? Sorry,
Yeah,
I've
that's all
done a
right.
bit of research. So
Good for you.
yes.
Proper journalism.
So what's your experience been like, particularly in a big city and all that?
Well, throughout the pandemic, we've followed the data. We've followed the science. We've said we'll put the data first, and we'll put children's and staff safety first. And all the decisions we've made have flowed from that. And that means we've had to challenge the government right along the way about the delays in lockdown, about opening up too early, about the safety measures that were needed in schools. And we've seen a growth in membership, 30,000 new members over the last year for the NEU, which is just fantastic and shows that we were making a difference and that people were coming to us because they saw what we were doing. What we're focusing on now is we're hoping we're coming to the end of it. Our members are back in schools, although some kids are being sent home again. People are absolutely knackered. They want to get to the summer holiday. But what we're focusing on now is what needs to be done to rebuild children's confidence, to rebuild their stake in society. And sadly, what we're seeing from the government is just, for all their talk of levelling up, not putting their money where their mouth is. You know, they were told by the expert they hired that £15 billion was needed for education recovery, and they've given £1.5 million, and he's resigned because he says, I can't work with that. So, you know, there are big problems. You know, a lot of children, particularly in London, had nowhere quiet to work, they didn't have internet access, they had nowhere to play, and they're back in school with you know, we can see the problems that they've got, and our members have worked hard over the last year, and we want to make sure things are right for them. So we're really pleased to be here today with the NHS workers who deserve the pay rise after all they've done, with the CWU workers, with the whole of the Labour movement and the anti-war movement, to say this government, it's got to go, really, isn't it? This government's got to go.
Unbelievable. You know, the treatment. I mean, I was working in a boozer near a school in Manchester, and seeing the exasperation and the exhaustion. Teachers, more and more teachers coming in for a treat because they needed it, you know, until the pub had to shut again. So I don't know. It's, what can we say? What can we do? You know, they just seem to be getting away with everything, don't they? They don't seem to be taking responsibility. People aren't resigning. What's his name? Your minister?
Gavin Williamson. Yeah. See, who knows who the education is? Gavin Williamson, and he's not fit for purpose. The Education Secretary, he's ignored the evidence, he's ignored what all the teacher unions, not just us, the head teacher unions, he's ignored what they've been telling him. We can see the problems, and you know, I'm not being funny, but our members in schools, they've put their hands in their pockets over the last year to help kids, to buy them basic equipment, to feed them, to make sure they've got food and clothes during the holidays. And all these ministers that talk about levelling up, they all voted against extending the free school meals programme. They've just put through now cuts of £90 million to the free school meals budget. You know, they're hypocrites. They don't mean it when they talk about levelling up. So what we can do is we have to build our trade unions, we have to build our community organisations, we have to build the People's Assembly, and we've got to be ready to, you know, build the movement. We're rehearsing. We're back on the streets today. We haven't been for a while, but we're going to have to do it more often and make sure that we really put pressure on the government to deliver what's needed for our society.
Excellent. One last thing, while I think of it, is academies.
Yeah.
So it seems to me as though the whole movement towards academy schools is a way of reducing the amount of funding that goes to local authorities. Is that a reasonable analysis?
Yep. It's privatisation. What we're seeing is that there are unaccountable pay scales for chief executives and everything, and what it is about robbing the money from local authorities, less money for local authorities, and then less influence and less of a stake for local authorities. And if anything, this last year has shown is that where local authorities were needed, local authorities were needed to step in to coordinate the response across schools. So really, they've got to bring back more influence for local authorities, greater funding for local authorities, because it's only by coordinating that response that we've been able to do as well as we've done in the last year.
Nice one. We're going to move on. We've got some other people to speak to. You're speaking. Are you speaking here? Are you speaking
Parliament Square.
Parliament Square. Great. We'll be filming that.
Oh, brilliant.
So you've been live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. Woohoo! Nice one, mate.
Yeah. Thanks.
Great. So just over here is the Keep Our NHS Public stall. Hello, mate. Yes, let's do it right now. Here we are. Hello.
Let's
So-
get the banner up in the background.
Go for the banner. We're live.
We can sort of be the glamorous assistants, and then you could interview Alia.
Alia, do you want to come and say hello? So we're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
Your artistic director.
Go for it, mate. Go for it. It's lovely to see you. This is Tom. Tom worked with the People's Assembly for a long time. Now he's working with Keep Our NHS Public. It's a great organisation. Tell us something about who what's your role? Who are you? What's your hello?
Hi, I'm Alia. Oh, sorry, I'm Alia. I chair NHS Staff Voices. Yeah, go for it. Bring it. This is our banner, our new banner, which is lovely. So we're part of Keep Our NHS Public, which is a huge campaign against privatisation and against austerity and all the cuts, and we really want the NHS to be...
And you're an NHS worker?
I am. I'm a psychotherapist, yeah.
Are you? How's that been during the pandemic?
It's been really tough, actually. It's been very tough. I think people are really struggling in numerous ways. I think a lot of people are finding the government dishonesty really difficult to deal with, and I think they're finding it psychologically quite confusing. They're becoming quite sort of sceptical about things that the government are saying. If we just look at yesterday, Matt Hancock, clearly not following his own guidelines, clearly quite a hypocrite, and clearly not a very nice person either. But I guess that's not necessarily the main point. It doesn't fulfill people with confidence, however, and all of the sort of lies, corruption, the contracts that have been, the nepotistic contracts that have been going to people who can't do the jobs properly, who've been making a real mess of everything and making a mockery, really, of a really important time. We've lost thousands of lives unnecessarily. So, yeah, we're on the streets to try and make it very clear that we want change.
Okay, and not to put you on the spot and ask you to diagnose somebody who you've never met, but what would your psychotherapeutic assessment of Matt Hancock be?
Well, I have quite a well thought out analysis of Matt Hancock. But
Share it.
I just think that they're quite vulnerably minded people. They've obviously not had vulnerable people, really, mentally. They're not very strong. They don't have very much integrity. They clearly don't care very much. So, make of that what you will. But I would say that they're just not really fit to run the government. They're not fit to run the country is my diagnosis for now.
I accept the quality of your diagnosis. I'll go along with it as a layperson.
Yeah, I didn't want to get in trouble for saying anything too analytical, but I think you get my idea.
Nice one. And and what are you up to today? So you're on the Keep On
NHS Public, NHS Star Voices. Come and find us. Come and march with us. We'd love to meet you. We need more and more people supporting the NHS, but obviously there's multiple kind of organisations that need your support. But definitely come and find us and say hello.
Fantastic. I think let's try and. It's Tony Sullivan. Tony. Great. So should we go and have a word with Tony? Let's see if he can have a word with us.
We're strongly against the lack of democracy in this country.
Can we have a word, Tony? Great. So is it Tony Sullivan? Tony O'Sullivan? Tony O'Sullivan. Fantastic. So yes, we're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page, and this is Dr. Tony O'Sullivan retired from Keep On NHS Public. So I interviewed you, I don't know, a couple of years ago, and things were bad then. What's your assessment of the pandemic, how things have gone, and where we are now?
Every area of government policy that's been.
It's all right.
Do you want to carry on?
Yeah, no, he's just poking me. He loves it. Oh, was I? Okay.
Where am I looking?
This is fine. That's where we're over there. That's where Facebook is in that hole there.
Yeah. Do you want me to look there? Anyway, okay. No, okay. So the government's been in power since 2010, and all the areas of attack on public services have been highlighted with the pandemic. The 100,000 vacancies, the undermining of the fabric of the NHS, with not enough room, not enough wards open, 15,000 fewer beds, waiting lists going up and up and up, and they left the NHS unable to cope with urgent care, including cancer, as well as the pandemic. And that's despite there should be emergency planning, and there was a serious planning exercise in 2016, Exercise Cygnus, about pandemic planning, and it showed that the NHS was under-resourced, not enough personal protective equipment, not enough beds, not enough ventilators, and that it was not prepared for a pandemic, and they ignored it. There's no reason, they just set it aside. So in country, and they undermined the public health service. Steadily they undermined it, and then they transferred it to local authority care and slashed the budget, so that when the pandemic broke, basic public health classic measures that have protected the people of a third of the world, where they don't even have a vaccine yet, but they've actually suppressed COVID so that their societies can move on. We didn't have any of that. So one of the richest countries in the world exposed our population, and there's 150,000 deaths, and it's actually on the hands of the government that they've done this. So I deeply hate this government now, because they are implicated in what they've done, mass murder. Well, it's social murder really. 1,500 health and care workers have died. A lot of that was totally avoidable because they were actually on the front line, they didn't have protective equipment, and in turn they inevitably were a source of infection for patients in their care. So tens of thousands of people caught COVID in hospital. So there's a huge implication for the government. They're culpable for what's happened.
Well, and I follow Every Doctor UK, which with the Good Law Project, they've launched legal proceedings. What do you think of that? I mean, do you think is that something that Keep On NHS Public would like to get involved with? Do you think? I mean, you say it's social murder, well, that's a crime.
Yeah, well, I don't think that crime will ever be heard in court. But if you ignore your responsibilities, your legal responsibilities, to protect people at work, to predict the threats to the population, to know what they are and then set aside and ignore them, then you are actually responsible. So I don't think it'll ever get to court, but it is actually there. And on a important more focused level, whether they let down the country in terms of PPE provision, whether they broke their own laws about giving contracts to friends and political allies. All of those things should be challenged and are being challenged, and there have been some victories already. The Good Law Project, Foxglove are challenging the granting of access to NHS data on an unprecedented level to Palantir, a company that you probably know, has been involved with CIA operations in Iraq and Syria and elsewhere. So yes, we do support those legal challenges. You have to use every option, don't you? You have to be on the street, you have to be in the town hall and trying to get people to realise what's going on, the legal threat that's coming up, and you have to go to the courts where you can and use that either to win or just to popularise the message that the government's been acting criminally.
And you're active, you've got websites, you're active on social media, keeponhspublic.com, you're around so people can go to that. Thanks Tony, very passionate.
Can I just mention,
of course you can.
We set an inquiry and we've had 9 sessions of absolutely amazing evidence from over 40 witnesses, and we've got a People's COVID Inquiry website, peoplescovidinquiry.com, and there's a huge amount of information that anybody can look at.
Is that the one that Michael Mansfield was chairing?
Yes, exactly.
So if you want to see those videos, they're also on People's Assembly Facebook. Go to videos and you can find those. Hey Dave, happy birthday mate.
Make sure you are safe.
Yeah, we're just doing his speeches. That was live on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
To introduce Laura from the National People's Assembly. Big up to Laura right now. Loads of love!
Tories, they are not fit to govern. I just want to let you know a little bit about how this is going to work. We are going to be setting off from here at about 12:45. We have some incredible speakers here today, so please show them so much love, energy, solidarity. It is so great to see everybody in the flesh. Thank you so much for coming. I'm just going to go straight into our first speaker. His name is Chris Jarvis. He is from We Own It campaign. Show some love to Chris Jarvis.
Thank you so much, Laura, and thank you for all of you who are here today. So We Own It is the campaign for public ownership of public services, and we're incredibly proud to support the People's Assembly demonstration today. We're here because throughout this pandemic, the government has prioritised private profit over public health. We've seen that with contact tracing, where multi-million-pound contracts have been handed out to the likes of Serco, profiteering companies that have failed to set up a working system and let the virus rip through our communities. We've seen it in testing, where millions upon millions have been splashed to set up new privately run labs, ignoring the capacity that's in our NHS already. And we've seen it in the £10 billion deal with the private hospital sector, when that money could have been spent investing in our NHS, investing in our doctors, and investing in our nurses. While over 100,000 people have tragically lost their lives, the shareholders of these private companies have been laughing all the way to the bank. Today we're here to say that not a penny more of the pandemic response should be given to these money grabbers. Enough is enough! And friends, let's be clear, privatisation has always been about generating profit for a wealthy few at the expense of the rest of us. That's true in our NHS, where £96 billion has been handed to the private sector in the last decade alone. When NHS services get outsourced, whether it's cleaning or catering or clinical services, corners get cut, standards drop, workers' conditions are slashed. But it's also true throughout all of our public services, whether it's on our railways, where we're faced with ever-rising fares, overcrowded trains, delays, cancellations and chaos. In our water, where private companies rip us all off while pumping raw sewage into our rivers. Or in our schools, where academy bosses take bloated salaries while our education suffers. We say no more! We say stop the rip-off! We say stop lining your pockets at our expense! Today's demonstration is so important because the government isn't stopping in its drive to outsource and privatise. We've seen it in the last week with the threats to privatise Channel 4, an attempt to drive the media even further to the right. The government's new NHS bill would see private companies sitting on NHS decision-making boards. And in the last 6 months, we've just seen 49 GP practices here in London being taken over by the US health outsourcing giant Centene. This is not okay, we won't let you get away with it, and we'll fight you every single step of the way! I don't have long left, so I'll finish by saying this. People know when they're being ripped off, they know when those in charge are doing dodgy deals behind closed doors, they know that they deserve so much better. So keep marching, keep demonstrating, keep fighting, because together we can rid our public services of the scourge of privatisation. Together we can fight to bring our NHS, our railways, our water, our Royal Mail, our schools, our energy into public hands where they belong. Together we can win. Thank you so much in solidarity.
Hello folks, so I've seen a couple of messages that the screen was freezing. Can you just let me know, put a message up so you can see okay please? That would be really helpful.
Very activity, to the right to assemble and to protest. And there is no better speaker than Delia Mattis from KL Reveal Official to tell us why we should oppose it.
Greetings, brothers and sisters, comrades and friends. I've got a question to ask you. Has any of you heard about the police crime sentencing and courts bill? And can you tell me what you think about it?
Thank you folks for letting us know. If the screen's green, you might have to refresh. If you come out and go back in again.
Yes! 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 Kill that bill! Thank you, everybody! Listen, with this bill, the government is trying to give the police more powers. Do you think that's okay? Oh. Dalian Atkinson was murdered by the police in 2016. It took 5 years for that court case to be heard. 5 years. Can you imagine the pain, the anguish, the torment that his family had to suffer? They've done articles of how bad it's been for them. The system was weighted against them. And do you know why? Do you know why it took 5 years for that case to come to court? Because the police already have too much power. Do we think, People's Assembly, that the police should have any more power? No! Let's chant about it. Kill that bill! Kill that bill! Kill that bill! Yes! 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 Thank you. With this bill, the government is trying to take away our rights to protest. Do you think that's right, People's Assembly? Are we going to let the government take away our rights to protest? For hundreds of years, marginalised people and underrepresented groups have used protests to get their voices heard against systems of oppression that are weighted against them. Are we going to allow this government to take away our rights to protest? We're going to march on the streets and we're going to let the government know we're here to send a message to them. Kill the bill! Kill the bill! Kill the bill! Kill the bill! I'm going to end with this. I've been given my 1 minute ruling, even though I've got so much more to say. Extinction Rebellion are starting a 2-week rebellion in August. And Kill the Bill Official will be kick-starting that rebellion with a national day of action on the 21st of August. Who's coming? Listen, you've been amazing, all the beautiful people here, all different races, all different ages, men and women, all kinds of genders. We're going to march on the streets. We're not going to let the government take our rights away. We're going to march until we get justice. Kill the bill. Solidarity, everybody!
Can everyone keep moving down? Keep moving down to try and get as many people in here as possible. Thank you so much. Tories out! Tories out! Tories out! Tories out! Tories out! Tories out! Next, we have the one and only Kate Hudson. She is General Secretary for the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. Kate Hudson!
Thanks very much. I just want to start off by saying to all those of you here today who are healthcare workers, who are nurses, who are doctors, and also who are frontline workers, all those of you who have saved our lives in the pandemic, thank you so much, and solidarity. And we've got a government today that's responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands, maybe more people, whose rotten and corrupt policies have been responsible for these deaths. And we say they have to listen to the people. They have to listen to us about the vaccines, about healthcare, about PPE. They have to listen to the workers responsible in these areas. They have to listen to us about public spending. We need spending on hospitals, on homes, on jobs, on sustainable energy. The list is endless of the things that we need our government to prioritise. But what does our government prioritise? What did it do just earlier this year, just after it had said 1% only for the nurses' wage rise? What did it do? It said we're going to increase our nuclear weapons arsenal by 40%. This is just typical of this government that is responsible for deaths, that's responsible for cuts, that's responsible for destroying the fabric of our society and everything that is good and decent about our society. So our message here to you today, I'm sure we all absolutely agree with it. We say NHS not Trident, and we say nurses not nukes, because we don't want a 1% pay rise for the nurses, we want a 15% solidarity.
Thank you very, very much, Kate. And you'll see on the placards, the People's Assembly's placards, there's a little QR code. If you have anything to spare at all to help the People's Assembly keep protesting, keep organising against this government, please do whatever you can. And it's a nice opportunity for me now to introduce one of the co-founders of the People's Assembly and the chair of Stop the War Coalition, formerly the chair of the Stop the War Coalition, convener of Stop the War Coalition. It's Lindsay German!
Thanks very much, Laura, and it's great to see so many people here today. And when people say to us that this police bill is going through Parliament, the demonstration today is the answer to the police bill. We are going to keep protesting and we are going to keep demonstrating. We've done it over Palestine. We've done it over Kill the Bill. We've done it over Sarah Everard, and we are going to keep protesting until that bill is off the statute book and until we have the right to demonstrate when and where we want, which is a basic right that people have fought for hundreds of years in this country. And when they tell you that we are one Britain, and this is the story they've been giving, one Britain, one nation, we are not one Britain or one nation. This country is divided between the very rich and the powerful, the people who own capital and the people who do the work in this society. And the one nation, the people who are the one nation, that is the Matt Hancocks, the Boris Johnsons, all of those people. And I don't care about their sex lives, but I do care about them screwing working class people, which is what they're doing time and time and time again. Boris Johnson said he is going to spend an extra £16 billion a year on so-called defence, on the military. That's on top of extra rises above inflation. Comes to 23 billion extra next year on defence spending. At the same time, we can't get children out of poverty. We can't pay for decent education. We have the worst housing crisis since the Second World War, and we cannot pay our nurses and all the key workers who have done such a brilliant job during this COVID pandemic. We have a government which is deeply rotten and corrupt. It sends gunboats round the world to try to cause wars with Russia and China. At the same time, it's a flag-waving, anthem-singing mess of a government which has absolutely no legitimacy. It attacks civil liberties. It attacks the Muslim community. It tries to divide us on the grounds of racism. Well, our message today is we are not going to be divided on any of these things, and we are going to fight against this government with everything that we have got. And just one final point. Let's not look to the official opposition to do any of this. Keir Starmer has been absolutely bloody useless as a leader of the opposition. He's been absolutely useless. We are the opposition, the people here today, the people campaigning on all these issues, and the only way this government will back down is through our direct action, our organisation and our commitment to stay strong and to stay together. So let's unite today and let's carry on uniting. Welfare, not warfare. No to nuclear weapons. No to racism and Islamophobia. That's what we're standing for today. So good luck to all of you today, but it isn't just about one demonstration. It's about all our campaigning and bringing all the different strands together until we win. Thank you very much.
Excellent. That's Lindsay German there. Can I just say, if you're having trouble watching the feed, you might try reducing the resolutions. If you tap settings and come down a bit in numbers. Hi Joshua, the link will be available after we finish broadcasting, which we're expected to run till sometime after 4, possibly 4:30 today, but yeah, it will be available for you to copy after that.
To come together and unite. So big up, make some noise. United London for People's Assembly! Not just me, everyone here and far more people have just had enough. We've had it up to here. Islamophobia is racism. Full stop. But we together must combat it. We've seen Islamophobia being allowed from the global shift to the right. We've seen it over the decades. We've seen it. It's more than attacks on the streets. Islamophobia is allowed by corporate media. It's allowed by politicians. It's in every sphere that we look at now. And we need to combat it. And as Linda was saying, unfortunately, we see Islamophobia even within the left. It's seeped. We need to make sure that all of us here and our comrades are united, that when we see Islamophobia, it's not something that we just allow to go past, but we challenge it at every single step, like we do with any other racism. So brothers and sisters, are you with me? Say no to Islamophobia! And we have seen recently with the protests on Palestine, when young Muslim activists are protesting for Palestine, we have seen them viewed with the prism of prevent. We've seen our community viewed through the prism of terrorism, anti-terrorism. This is not acceptable. We will have our voice like anybody else. When we want to stand up for indoor justice, we shall stand up for justice anywhere and for everyone. Free, free. And together, united on all our causes, we unite. Because together, something that John Rees told me many, many years ago, we can be united on different levels doing our own thing, but together we are a fist. We stand much, much stronger. Free, free! Free, free! Thank you very much.
Excellent. So do like and share, folks.
We know that the media, the mainstream media, probably aren't going to talk much about this today, but there is a free socialist newspaper that's given out every single day. I think there are copies here. It's called The Morning Star. Very pleased to welcome Ben Chacko, editor of The Morning Star.
Thank you. Brilliant to be here today, back on the streets with the People's Assembly, after a week in which the crimes of this sleaze-ridden, race-baiting, warmongering government have been plain for all to see. From sending gunboats to Crimea, to claiming that anti-racism somehow hurts white people. The reasons we are marching go way beyond that, of course. This government has one of the worst records anywhere in the world on coronavirus. U-turns, mixed messaging, failing to follow the science and handing billions of our money to their mates to bungle public health contracts. Britain's staggeringly high death toll was made in Downing Street. This was being pointed out by trade unions, by the campaigns who were gathered here today, by the Morning Star, for months and months before Dominic Cummings stabbed his old boss in the back and told the world about the utterly corrupt, dishonest, dysfunctional shambles that is the British government. It's a government that has to go. But we're also marching today because the so-called opposition are not up to the job. The Tories are not invincible. We saw that in Chesham and Amersham this month. It's the Labour Party leadership who aren't doing their job properly. The pandemic has shown up huge long-term problems with our society. It has increased inequality. It's shown how heavily we rely on key workers who are underpaid and have no job security. It has intensified racist and sexist oppression. We need an opposition that is prepared to talk about fundamental change. The tragedy is that we had that opposition in the recent past. A huge campaign of misinformation and rewriting of history in the last few years aims to erase the huge socialist revival we saw under Jeremy Corbyn, and especially the evidence we saw in 2017 that there is an appetite for public ownership. There is an appetite for higher taxes on the rich and higher pay for nurses. There is an appetite for a foreign policy based on peace, not bombs. It took a coordinated establishment counterattack across parties, across all establishment media, and involving the whole British state to defeat that movement. And Labour is still fixated on crushing it completely and going back to business as usual. But business as usual means a crooked politics, a rigged economy, a poisoned planet. Business as usual is not an option, and we are here on the streets today to make that clear to the whole political establishment. Solidarity, comrades! Read the Morning Star, it's free!
I need some energy from you right now. Can I get that? Can I get that? So we're gonna do some chants, right? Black Lives Matter! 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 Power to the people! Power to the people! People's got the power! People's got the power! Tell me, can you hear it? Tell me, can you hear it? We're getting stronger by the hour! Power!
much honour to introduce this Black Queen. This Black Queen, all the way from Merseyside. Give some love to Chantal from the People's Assembly of Merseyside. Thank you, Corbyn, and I'm Chantal, and I'm from Liverpool. Now, Liverpool, the Tories hate us. Liverpool's one of the last red walls standing, and we have consistently voted the Tories out for more than 30 years. No Tories in Liverpool! Now let me tell you something. In Liverpool we've got some of the highest rates of deprivation, and the Tories have given us some of the harshest budget cuts in our region, and they have hit children and young people the hardest. In our region, we have twice the national average of children in foster care. During the pandemic, there was a 44% increase in children going into the care system. During the pandemic, children could not see their families because of social distancing. But this week, Matt Hancock breaks social distances rules with his assistant. Yes, I went there. Now, the reason I want to talk to you about children in care is because no one talks about children in care. I grew up in care under the Tory rule, and I know what a Tory rule looks like. I was fortunate. I spent many years with a care and loving mother, Joan Edison, but when I was 14, my biological mum died, and when I was 16, my foster mum was retired because of medical reasons, and I went into the proper care system. I ended up on the street by the time I was 16. I got into drugs. I got into alcohol, I was depressed, and the only reason I was pulled out of that hole is because of A, my mother, but B, socialist policies in Liverpool that meant that a child in care could get a job within the council. And from that job I built a career and qualifications, and I worked in Sure Start centres, supporting young people and bridging that gap of advantage between the working classes. But unfortunately, in 2010, the Tories got in, and the first thing to go was the policy that gave kids in care a job. The second thing to go was the Sure Start centres, and I watched as the kids coming through our doors got thinner and thinner, and the families coming through our doors working 40 hours a week needed food bank vouchers. The staff and the teachers within those centres are heroes because we made sure those kids were fed. The education sector is the fourth emergency service in this country. The government wants to tell us that it's white privilege that has led to children in this country experiencing disadvantage. I have had a front row seat, and I can tell you it is not white privilege, it is Tory policy and Tory policy alone. But as a community, we have looked out for young people, and we have stood together. I am a BLM activist. I am one of the founders of Kill the Bill, and I'm a United We Stand activist. For the past year, I've been up and down this country, and what I've seen is working class solidarity, and that has got the Tories shook. But let me tell you something. When we stand united, there is not a force on this earth that can divide us. United we stand, divided we fall. I'll leave you on a chant, join me. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Thank you.
People's Assembly. I'm going to say it again, and I hate doing the boring stuff, but move on left, or you're right. Keep on moving down about 20 yards. Just keep on moving so we can get more people in, so they can hear some of the final speeches and chants. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure now to introduce to you Women Bennett from Stand Up to Racism. Women!
That's right. I'm really glad to be standing on the People's Assembly platform against the Tories. And I want to start off by saying their main weapon is divide and rule. Divide and rule. The truth is, they've said that white working class children's education has been affected by the experience of black people that have come into this country. The truth is, It is the Tories that have cut education. I was a teacher for 15 years. Margaret Thatcher started off by being a milk snatcher. Who was it that cut schools? It was David Cameron, followed by the rest of them. And we should be clear about one thing. There's one law for them and one law for us. I want to start off by saying every statue should fall. Roads should fall. Every racist statue should fall. And why do we know this? There's a man called Drax in Dorset. He has a plantation in Barbados. He's a Tory MP and he has a plantation in Britain. It's the same people for 300 years that maintain slavery, colonialism and imperialism. And we should fight them. Everything we've ever got has been got by fighting against them. The reason why the Football Lads Alliance was destroyed and Tommy Robinson is on his way to prison is because we put him there. Black and white put him there and said you shall not march. When the Nazis said that the BNP were going to grow in the northwest, it was working class black and white people that said you shouldn't march. We fought, we rioted. And I say this, when they talk about freedom, how do you get freedom? How do we kill this bill? We kill it by fighting. When Frederick Douglass said power concedes nothing without a fight, that is the heart of our struggle, a fight. And I tell you this, when you look at the government, when you look at people like Michael Gove, who sniffed half of cocaine up his nose and then says he wants to be the Prime Minister, that wouldn't happen to a kid in Tottenham. We know who's to blame. It's the people at the top of our society. And we have to fight to get rid of them. And I tell you this, the final thing is refugees are welcome here. Migrants are welcome here. And my mum came here as a nurse for the NHS. And migrants made the NHS. Black and white came together. And if it wasn't for a refugee and asylum seeker, we wouldn't have the vaccine for a Kurdish asylum seeker who came up with it. So it saves millions of lives. So when they use racism to divide us, we tell them, I nearly swore there, so I'm not going to say that, but you know what I mean. We tell them where to go often in unparliamentary language. So let's unite, black and white, unite and fight, and let's have unity and march for justice together.
Thank you very much, Wayman Bennett. Shout out to Unite the Union! Shout out to the CWU as well, the Communication Workers Union. I can see Palestinian flags. Shout out to the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign. Shout out to every single one of you that's made the journey here today. The next speaker is Johnny Hunter. He's Secretary of the Young Communist League.
Comrades, it's a real honour and a pleasure to be with you here today in London. Bring greetings and solidarity on behalf of the Communist Party and the Young Communist League. Comrades, we come together here in London against a desperate backdrop for working people. Well over 130,000 people have died in Britain. The vast majority of these deaths were preventable. Millions of workers have been thrown onto the scrap heap or into precarious work. A whole generation of children and young people have had their lives and education carelessly disrupted and their whole futures thrown into doubt. Ruling class and Tory profiteering and incompetence is to blame for all of this. Working people are still enduring a decade-long vicious ruling class offensive. Attacks on paying conditions and austerity and privatisation are their weapons of war. All of this is aimed at making working people pay for the 2008 financial crisis and to protect profits and investments in the City of London. After COVID-19, another deep capitalist crisis is already looming, and they're planning more of the same to make sure that we foot the bill. But working people and the youth are far from powerless in all this. When we come together, united, we have the power to make history. We're invincible. We've seen that clearly during this pandemic. we have the power to demand a new normal. It was workers and our trade unions who guaranteed safety precautions in the workplace, in schools and on our campuses, and it was workers that ensured that there was a national lockdown in the face of Tory delay and incompetence. Tenants' organisations up and down this country have led the struggle to oppose exploitative landlords and won the fundamental nationwide ban on evictions. Students have waged rent strikes and occupations against the universities, the landlords and the other profiteers trying to squeeze them for every penny they're worth. The Black Lives Matter movement has electrified towns and cities up and down Britain with a fight for racial equality. Women have faced down a Tory government and their police force to combat sexism, misogyny and epidemic levels of gender-based violence. Comrades, history shows us that wherever working people fight, there is always hope. The strength of our movement is to be found in the thousands of struggles, big and small, that are taking place up and down this country today, in our workplaces, our schools, our campuses and in our communities. But it's not enough to know what you're against. Our victory and our challenge lies in bringing all these struggles together in every town and in every city into a truly mass movement, a movement that can change society. Comrades, let's make 26th of June 2021 the turning point for our movement. Peace and socialism.
That's Johnny Hunter from the Young Communist League. Thanks, Jan. It's going well.
It's just me again.
I hope Labour Women's Conference is
It's just me again. Free, free Palestine! 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 Solidarity every day. So when I say extinction, you say rebellion. When I say extinction, you say rebellion. Extinction! 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 Look at these beautiful rebels. Big up to the beautiful rebels. Listen, listen, we're about to bring this young goddess. She's absolutely phenomenal. I can tell you there's only a few young people that I think actually inspire me just at 16. Let us give some warm welcome to Scarlett from the environmental movement, and she's also from the UK students movement, and let's give her a big round of applause. Scarlett!
Politics by definition is the process by which crisis is resolved, and there is no bigger conflict or crisis than the climate crisis. Yet those in Westminster are failing to realise this, choosing to keep pumping money into fossil fuel ventures while stripping away resources from the most vulnerable via austerity. Whether it's unambitious decarbonisation targets, cuts to international financial aid budgets, and a lack of a comprehensive Green New Deal, their overlooking of the climate crisis is nothing short of a failure to do their jobs, which is why we have taken a stand today. From the recent devastating floods in the Philippines to the Sahara spreads, forests on fire in Australia and droughts in Dhaka, the climate crisis means that we're seeing and are going to see more frequent natural disasters with exacerbated severity, with the impacts being felt the hardest by the least privileged on our shore and across borders. Far too often, those who are the backbone of society are left out of the narrative when it comes to the climate crisis. Whether it's the fact that women are 14 times more likely to die in natural disasters than men, yet are consistently underrepresented at the decision-making table, or the way in which working-class communities are denied the right to clean and green jobs, whilst the government keeps siphoning off money towards dirty ventures that destroy our planet. And we're here today to show that we won't let this continue. Green jobs aren't just limited to roles that require hard hats. Together we can build a green care sector and reverse the damage done to our social care system by the Tories. We can improve accessibility for disabled people and create a world that is made for everyone, not just the corporate elite. Every worker that puts people over profit is a worker contributing to a green and just economy that looks after its citizens and understands that the Tories' warm words won't cool our planet. only action will. Although everyone will be impacted by its effects, it's those in low to middle income countries who will be impacted disproportionately by the climate crisis. A large part of this is due to the historic imprint of colonialism, whereby Britain and many other Western countries stole resources, massacred populations, destroyed and stunted those countries' economic capacities, limiting their response to their climate crisis, which the West predominantly contributed to. This is why our response to the climate crisis must be internationalist and put social justice at its heart. We must pay back our historic colonial debt and recognise the interdependence of climate change, human rights, colonialism, inequality and corporate power. The climate crisis is a class struggle. It's a struggle against racism. It's an ecological struggle, a health struggle, an education struggle. But more importantly, it's your struggle. We must call for an international Green New Deal to solve all of these issues. Because the climate crisis isn't a coincidence. It was crafted by extractive systems of capitalism and colonialism, spearheaded by elites with no incentive to stop their destruction and every incentive to continue it. So for us to surely engage in resistance, we must reject these notions of corporate-driven individualism. The prospect of a global green economy being attained isn't that far-fetched when you consider just how many people are advocating for climate and social justice. After all, democracy means people power, not polluting power, and the people want a Green New Deal for all. Thank you.
We do this for our youths. We do this for our youths. When I say trans lives matter, you say trans lives matter, okay? Really loud. Trans lives matter! 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 Can I get the Samba group to make some loud noise? Samba! Can I get the Samba to start drumming so I know you can make some noise? Samba! Okay, so Samba group, let me get you start the drums, get the ancestors grounded. Let's be able to stand on the winds that they bring. Let's head to the front. We're gonna march. We're gonna make noise. We're gonna make noise. They say we are aggravated terrorists now. Let's show them this is what equality looks like. So when I say this is what equality looks like, you say this is what equality looks like. When I say this is what democracy looks like, you say this is what democracy looks like. We can do that? This is what equality looks like! This is what democracy sounds like! This is what democracy sounds like! This is what equality looks like! This is what equality looks like! This is what democracy sounds like! This is what democracy sounds like! Kill the bill! Kill the bill! I said kill the bill! Kill the bill! Samba, I need you to make some noise so I can know that you're here. Is the Samba band ready? Let me hear some drums. Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Botswana is genocide. Big up to French Pret. Black Brazilians matter. And we need to make sure we let that know everywhere where we go. Big up to French Pret. You keep doing what you're doing. I love you guys. Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Free, free, free the press! 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 Let's march. Tomorrow there's going to be Free the Press. Definitely join Extinction Rebellion. Let's build a movement of movements. Extinction! 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 Samba, are you ready?
Okay, folks.
Everybody marching to the front. Please do make way so I can get myself in front too.
The demo's moving off.
Black Lives Matter, Majestic Marvina. United for Black Lives.
Big round of applause for Marvina Newton.
So just come on me for a minute. So So that was all the speeches from the beginning of the demo from the rallying point. We're going to follow the demo down to Parliament Square now. There's thousands and thousands of people here, so if you're having trouble with the feed, you need to drop your resolution a bit. Alright, so if you drop your resolution to like 144, go into settings, the little wheel, go down to 144, that should improve your viewing experience. Alright, nice one folks. We'll go and find some more people to speak to. That was brilliant, some great speeches there. What do you think, Steve? With some good speeches? Good speeches? I don't think we can. Let's try and get into this one of the side of the demo. So, do you want to get this banner? Sorry, mate. Okay. Wow. Get up there, mate. Can you just put the camera up? This is really. There's loads of people here. Okay. Well, let's slowly. Let's. Why don't we speak to some people on the way, Steve? You know, interviewing thing. Careful. Oh, here we go. Let's speak to some union geezers. Wandsworth Prison Officers Association. Are you with Wandsworth Prison Officers Association?
I'm a social worker.
Oh, okay.
We work together, but not directly. So.
Great. Hello, mate. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. Okay. Is this the Wandsworth Prison Officers Association?
Yes, this is us.
Can I talk to you about that?
Yeah, certainly.
Fantastic. Excellent. So, obviously, you know, all we get really is prison drama. You know, we don't really get the real story of what it's been like during the pandemic inside. Can you shed a bit of light on that for our viewers and listeners?
Certainly. I'm Stuart McLaughlin. I'm the branch secretary of the Wandsworth Prison Officers Association, and I will say that these last 18 months have been tough and difficult on the staff and on the men we have to lock up. The courts are not moving quickly, so we've got a huge remand population, and we're just hoping that when the courts do start opening up, a bit of common sense will be applied and look at the time served that the guys have had to put up with whilst in custody. It's been tough on us as staff because we're trying to keep the prison COVID safe. Over 1,500 people in custody, keeping the numbers down to within safe cohorts. The guys inside haven't been able to see their families.
1,500 people in custody, that's in Wandsworth, is it?
That's just in Wandsworth. And it's a big old Victorian jail where it could do with a bit more than a lick of paint. Obviously this...
So have you got rats and bit of slopping out and all that stuff?
Oh, no,
what kind of nick's it in? What kind of nick is the nick in?
Well, it's got problems with maintenance. Again, the problem is that the powers that be don't want to necessarily spend a lot of money on an old Victorian jail, but they don't have the answer to build any new ones, and all they seem to do when they build new ones is just fill them up.
And they keep talking about tougher sentencing, but there's nowhere to put anyone, is there?
Well, the sentencing policy is that I think in Europe we lock up more than any other country, and the prisons are not the answer. When people ask me about, well, what is the answer, I can't give you the answer. I can give you an answer. Jobs and affordable homes would be a good start for every working person.
And of course you must have to deal with a lot of mental health problems as well. Prisoners who are suffering from mental health problems as much as criminals.
The mental health issues are acute. Their mental health facilities in a lot of prisons in Wandsworth have been criticised by the Inspectorate of Prisons that a 12-bed facility for inpatient mental health is not adequate. But again, until the powers that be want to release the money to make it bigger and make it more therapeutic, we have a waiting list for our unit, and we have a waiting list for the secure hospitals and the mental health institutions outside of the jail. And under COVID, it's been even harder for those guys.
Well, you know, I mean, because I follow like the Secret Barrister on Twitter and a few other sort of legal people. It does really feel like there's a ticking bomb here. That what's happening with the courts, you know, you're talking about the length of time between arrest and sentence can now be as much as 5 years. So you're looking at a huge remand population, and unless something gets done pretty quick, it's just going to really get. I mean, we must be close to breaking point.
Well, I don't know how close to breaking point, but all I know is that I know my members, they feel the strain, and so do the people that we're currently locking up. And by incidentally, that whilst we're locking up prisoners, they're still human beings, and that's not lost on me or the members I represent. But of course, as a workforce, we're not allowed to strike. So is that a reflection of what happens to a place or an institution, allegedly of democracy, when the workers themselves can't vote with their feet over health and safety issues? Because if I had better health and safety, the people I lock up would have a better prison. And of course the law that took that away was the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act 1994. They didn't put it in on Industrial Relations Bill or Employment Rights Bill. They tucked it in on a rather naughty piece of legislation. And we've been battling ever since to get our right to strike back. And that isn't just about walking out and leaving, it's about making our workplaces safe. All other workers in the country have, and if the prison service was such an essential service, why do they have private prisons if we're so essential?
Well, here we go, the neoliberal bleeding robbery, the robbery that is austerity continues. Thank you very much, mate. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, cheers.
Nice one. So yeah, People's Assembly Against Austerity Facebook page, go to videos, you'll be on there. Hang on, yeah, gotcha. So here we are on the steps of All Souls Church, waiting to move off. And like I said, if you're struggling a bit with quality, try dropping your resolution a bit, because we've got thousands of people here and they're all on their phones. Oh, let's go and speak to Katerina while we're here. Where are they? Have I missed Katerina? Sorry? Have I missed Katerina?
Yeah, she's gone down.
Okay.
Get up the front and just get it set up so you can get people as we, you know.
Yeah, no, well, you know.
She's gone to meet some people with mobility problems.
Excellent. Okay, I'll find her. Thank you. Go on, after you. We'll just get behind you. Oh, okay. their protest. Our cease is about to political dissidents. Hello. Brilliant, isn't it? Tell you what, should we go up the pavement so we can get past some of the banners? Sorry, mate. Do you want to say hello, Mona? Do you want to say hello? Really? Who have we got here? No one, no talkers. Lucy, come and say hello. So, hi Lucy.
Hello.
You're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
Big moment.
How you doing? You come down from Manchester?
I have.
Go on, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling warm. It's very exciting. There's a very good energy, and it's been busy since like 10 in the morning, and I got here about 8:30, so it should be good. I'm amazed at how many people are here, and how many Palestine flags there are, and how like excited everyone is to be here, and also the diversity and the variety of the groups that are actually here. So it's fantastic.
Well, one of the reasons why I'm glad I saw you is because you organised, or you were part of organising this big protest at the University of Manchester. Can you tell us something about that?
Yeah, so it was organised by angry students who are annoyed at the way the University of Manchester handled things, and supported by Manchester People's Assembly, of course. And we left an occupation and marched. I don't think anyone really knew where the march was going to go, but we marched down Oxford Road and right into St Peter's Square with a few hundred students.
I think you're playing this down a bit. You occupied two buildings. You've occupied two buildings. You've got a significant rent reduction for all students in Manchester University halls of residence. You know, you did an amazing thing.
Yeah, we won about 12 million quid off the University of Manchester in the first occupation. The second occupation didn't go so good. They said, get out or we'll arrest you and ban all future occupations. So we got out so that we can do future occupations. So watch this space, maybe we'll see some more excitement.
Fantastic, but you've got different hats on today.
I've got a counter-fire hat on today, probably about a million other hats. I'm wearing a woman of many hats, and a student, of course. All my student comrades are here somewhere. So you got half the occupation are here somewhere.
Brilliant, but it's good to see you and really good to talk to you. Again, that student occupation was a brilliant piece of activism.
Thank you very much.
Nice one, have a good day. Yeah, grab one, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I'd rather be a rebel than a Tory lick spittle.
I think that's the one I made. Oh, this is the front. Yeah. Okay. Well, should we get in the box and go and speak to people? Yeah. Hello, folks. Can we just dive in between you? We're doing the filming for the. Yes, nice one. Thank you. Okay. Hey? Okay. Hello. Yeah, it's really fast. Hello, John. Hello, John. Hello there. So, do you want to talk to us? How you doing? You doing things? Okay. We need to get out of here now.
Tories out!
It's safer than. Well, it's safe. I want people to talk to. They're all a bit preoccupied, I think. Oh, well, here's Lindsay. Could I ask Lindsay? Can you speak and walk, Lindsay? Can you speak and walk? Yeah. Excellent. Great speech you gave. Hello, Lindsay German from People's Assembly, Counterfire, Stop the War, etc. What hats are you wearing today?
Well, I spoke from Stop the War, but I'm also somebody who's been involved in the People's Assembly since the beginning, so I'm involved in that as well. So that's what I'm doing today, I guess.
And
I'm a socialist, so obviously I support Counterfire.
And it's a bit intense, isn't it, being out amongst all these people for the first time?
I found it quite difficult on the tube because it was quite crowded.
Okay. Okay. Great. Come on. So, Steve Turner as well. Great. I'll go and thank you, Lindsay.
Okay.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm freaked out.
Fantastic. Hello, mate.
Brilliant. I'm freaked out. So I've been stuck in my house for 2 years. I know. Outside. I'm in the middle of London, holding a crowd.
Isn't this exciting?
100,000 people.
It's a carnival of resistance. We're back on the streets. And it doesn't matter where you're on the streets. Join us wherever you are now. If you're in the West End, get down and join us. This is brilliant. It's exciting. It's motivating.
Well, and you're in the middle of a campaign. You've got all kinds of things. You know, it's got all sorts of things going on. Tell us something about that.
Well, we've got workers being attacked by unscrupulous and bad employers across the nations. Whether it's trying to fire and rehire or attack pay or refuse to pay working people what they deserve. So yeah, we're under attack on a number of fronts, but our members are confident and they're determined and they're fighting back and they've got the support of their union in doing it.
Well, in Manchester, we did the bus drivers.
Yeah.
And that was a fire and rehire campaign, and they were successful. It works, doesn't it?
Standing up, we're not going to hang back and wait around for politicians or Westminster or any of our nations to pass laws to protect working people. They never have and they never will. It's working people that will fight to defend their own rights and stand up against abuse. And that's what we did in Manchester, at Heathrow, in Birmingham and elsewhere across our nations. It's our people standing up and fighting back.
Brilliant. And really good to talk to you, man. You're speaking at the end.
I'm chairing it, so see ya.
Sweet.
Can we just shift everyone over this way?
I'm feeling a bit overstimulated, Steve. I think we're turning a corner. You have a word? So this is Fran Heathcote, the PCS. You're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. How are you feeling?
Really great. The atmosphere is fantastic. A lot of chanting, a lot of different banners, a lot of different causes all brought together, and that's what the People's Assembly does.
I've got to say, after a year and a half indoors, I'm feeling very overstimulated.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it really is. Really, it's not what we're used to at the moment, but this is fantastic.
It is fantastic. It's a bit chaotic. I think we're going to move out of the way. Move out of the way. Move out. Doing it. Yeah. You want us to put on? Yeah. Okay. Come on, mate. We're out. We just squeeze through. Thank you very much. Hello. Go on then. Let's have a word with Mama. Hello, Mama.
Hiya. How you doing?
I'm all right. If I remember correctly, you are a
NHS
psychiatrist, doctor. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
How's that?
Well, I mean, I think it's. Oh, we're in the way. I mean, I think it's.
Excuse me, mate. Steve, let's go over here.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, it's a bit easier, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here as an NHS worker, really, a year into this pandemic, and what we've seen is that this government has basically used the crisis as a way to funnel more of our money into the private sector. There's a really good reason why we have the worst death toll in Europe, which is an embarrassment, really. But what it evidences, like what it shows, is just the extent to which the NHS has been decimated in the 10 years, before this crisis. We came into this crisis with the NHS probably at its weakest in history, with the lowest number of beds. The lowest number of beds, because the year before we lost something like 70,000. And I think the other thing is that, yesterday we saw all the furore over Matt Hancock and his affair, but the reason why he should be resigning right now is because of the catalogue of failures over the last year, failing to lock down, allowing NHS workers to go into this pandemic without protective equipment, and then dealing with the bed shortage by discharging elderly people back to their care homes when they have basically are COVID positive. So, there are a million reasons why we need to kick this government out, and the failure in safeguarding NHS workers is at the top of that list. I'm here because of colleagues of mine whose loved ones have died because they didn't have enough protective equipment at work. So yeah,
there was quite a lot of those, wasn't there? Quite a lot of people died.
Yeah, a lot. Well, apart from having the highest death toll in Europe, we have the second highest in the world of health worker deaths as well. Just below Russia, I think.
And what that shows is just how little this government values NHS workers who basically put their lives on the line during this pandemic. We got a bit of clapping, but those people that were clapping, they need to understand that the clapping means nothing if NHS workers are then, having to rely on food banks or, being sent into this pandemic without proper testing. So a million reasons why NHS workers should be right here today demanding that this government gets kicked out.
Well, we spoke to Tony O'Sullivan from Keeper NHS Public, and he referred to the 100,000 vacancies in the NHS before the pandemic started.
Absolutely. So the NHS workers that we have at the moment are struggling to provide good quality care, and they're struggling to keep our wards safe because two or three doctors are having to do the job. One junior doctor, for example, is having to do the job of two or three, and we're missing something like 40,000 nurses. And for Dido Harding to come out and say, actually, we need to end the reliance on overseas health workers. Actually, the NHS would crumble. This is about sowing division and racism when, in fact, we have a debt to overseas workers. The NHS wouldn't exist without them.
I worked it out, right? The Test Track and Trace app, the Dido Harding thing. It's £570 each. Every single man, woman and child in this country has paid £570 for that app that doesn't work.
And that is like a debt that, we all have to pay into and generations to come are going to have to pay into. And all it's done is take taxpayer money and give it to Serco. These consultants who are getting hundreds of £1,000s, for a week's work. That is our taxpayer money, and it should not be going anywhere other than to frontline care.
Well, we know this. We're part of the same political group in the People's Assembly. We understand that we're seeing this in all kinds of different areas of politics. This massive transfer of wealth from public to private capital. It does seem to be relentless, and the pace has really accelerated.
Yeah, and I think the next really important assault that we have to understand as well is the selling off of data, which is huge. What we're being told about it being anonymised, actually that's not sufficient. Having that wealth of data means it can be very easily de-anonymised. And it's appalling that this information is being handed over to private companies, not to improve the quality of our care or research or anything like that, but basically for profit making and for being able to market to us more efficiently. So it's just really important that we understand that threat.
And what's it been like for you? I mean, you've been working in mental health. And we're told, that mental health has really suffered during the pandemic. What's your experience of that?
Well, I mean, again, before we start thinking about the pandemic, we have to think about what's been happening to mental health care in the last couple of decades. A third of all mental health services have either been downgraded or shut down completely since 2010. Since the Tory Lib Dem coalition, mental health care in this country has seen nothing but cuts, downgrading, loss of really good staff. The NHS, I think one of the biggest threats at the moment is just how much the NHS is hemorrhaging really excellent people, and that's certainly the case for mental health. All that we hear about parity of esteem and the importance of funding mental health never ever gets put into action. All mental health services have seen cuts of about £100 million year on year since the beginning of austerity in 2010.
Well, Dido's not suffering from cuts, is she? Listen, thank you so much for talking to us, and I really appreciate your work. I can't imagine how difficult it's been for you. So nice one.
No, it's a privilege to work in the NHS.
And it's really nice to see you.
You too.
Hello.
That I was just about to call you.
We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. Are we struggling with res? Is this a quality problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't see an image before.
Take your mask off, I can't hear you. Okay, so It seems like there is a resolution problem. If you drop down in your resolution, that might help. Okay, we don't want to drop out because we'll never get back on again. Because look at that. Oh, there we go. So let's just stop and watch the march go past, and I'll find people to speak to. Okay, what we got on the screen? Yeah, sorry about that, folks. There's a lot of hello, Karen. Ben, nice one. Do you want to say hello? You're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. How you doing? You come down from Manchester for this?
Yeah, we've got a good crowd from Manchester. Not as many as we probably. Okay, not as many as we would have probably got if it wasn't for social distancing. But we've obviously got a crowd of people with the Manchester People's Assembly and Manchester Trades Council come down today.
What's it like to be in a group of real people in real life?
It's a bit surreal, actually. I mean, we don't generally do anything involving large numbers of people. Obviously, I've got my mask on, trying to keep social distance from people, but I think we are returning to some form of normality where human contact, social contact, some form has to happen. And for any collective action, it's really important that people are able to get together and talk. You know, we've got a lot of people here from different campaigns. Yeah, we've got many people from trade unions. We've got XR, we've got Palestine Solidarity, people from the Labour Party, people from other political parties. You know, we're out here, you know, saying that we're against austerity, we're against cuts, we're against the misrule by the Tory party. We want to bring down Boris Johnson. We want to change this country for the better.
Okay, and you're a politician, you're a councillor in Manchester. What's your experience of that? How's that? What's that been like? I mean, you know, it's tough times, isn't it?
It is very tough times. You know, austerity is coming back. We've had a lot of talk about building back better and the new normal. We don't want to go back to the old normal, which was appalling. Exploitation of workers, cuts of vital public services, you know, people being ground down in poverty, 5 million kids in poverty in this country. Things need to change. Can only do that by challenging the structures of capitalism and the way people are you know, ground down for profit. Really, we need better working conditions for people. We need to do more to fight racism. We need a government that stands up for people in this country and for people around the world as well.
And what are you doing as an elected politician? What's happening in Manchester that people can get behind and support?
Well, in Manchester, you know, we've done our best to try and preserve important services for people, the most vulnerable in our society. We're trying to make sure that we've got decent wages for care workers across our city, making sure that people do one of the most important jobs, get the proper support that they need. In the City Council as a whole, we've prioritised providing support for people through the coronavirus pandemic, so food parcels, making sure that there is support for people in need, not just in terms of economic need, but also psychological support for people. People are really struggling. There's going to be a huge mental health crisis as a result of the impacts of COVID and the isolation. We need to have support services there. We need to make sure people get those real services they need.
Not to interrupt you, Mark.
Look at this. It's amazing. There's thousands of people here, and you know, the more we get through the coronavirus pandemic, there'll be 10 times as many people next time. I don't want to be here with People's Assembly and people from all over the country. Say no to Boris, say no to the Tories. But before that happens in London, we've got a small event happening in Manchester, which you'll know all about. Tory Party conference in Manchester. We need to make sure all these people from all around the country come to Manchester, tell the Tories, we don't want you, we don't want your stinking government. Let's get rid of the Tories, get rid of Boris Johnson, get people up to Manchester to protest the Tory conference in September. Solidarity.
Nice one, mate. Brilliant. Thanks, Ben. See you soon. I think, Steve. We're a bit rusty. Hello. You want to talk to us? We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. You want to say hello? The People's Assembly Facebook page. Yeah, want to say hello?
Yeah, hi.
Excellent. So, what's your name? What's brought you out today?
My name's Eleanor. I've come from Suffolk, and I'm absolutely fed up with the Tories and what they're doing and what they're smashing apart. I was a teacher. I'm in the union. I can't stand what it's doing to people and the kids and everybody else. So we had to come. We travelled for 2 hours to come here. So
from Manchester. It took me even longer. You say so you've been involved in the union, is that the NEU?
Yeah.
And you're involved with that?
Yeah, I'm a caseworker for the union.
Oh, okay, well we interviewed Alex Kenny.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it was very good. He's speaking actually at the end. So, how about this though? Oh, you glad you came?
I'm really glad I came. I've been protesting. I've been to London for 2 years, so I'm really happy we're here. People have got to do something. It's outrageous.
It really is. They're waiting so much. Obviously, we've had all the shagging jokes, but the robbery is just the amount of money that's being transferred,
The 27 billion for the track and trace.
I worked out, I'll just say to somebody else, it's £570 each for every man, woman and child.
Wow, that's amazing. Imagine what you could do with that for the NHS.
Well, yeah, with schools, I feel terrible for kids. What a miserable shit couple of years they've had now.
Both my kids are really depressed. I've got an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, and the oldest one has sort of dropped out completely, and the younger one nearly did. So it's probably screwed their education completely. And it's not the teachers' fault, obviously, it's just that nobody knows. They've been working so hard, it's ridiculous.
And when they leave school, they've got the privilege of borrowing £50,000 to go to university.
Yeah, or staying with their parents for the next 10 years doing sod all. Minimum wage, my daughter's on minimum wage. She's just spent her time going, who cares, a lot of the time. Talking about going into doing something that I'd rather she didn't do. She doesn't think she's got a future.
That's terrible, isn't it? It's not fair, I don't know, we're probably not that dissimilar in ages. I think about
everything.
That's it, we had free education, we had cheap housing. We didn't feel cheap at the time, but it was. You could afford to buy a house,
My husband just decided to do a degree when he was 27, and he walked into a college and they said, yeah, come on, that's never going to happen.
Right.
And I just feel so sad for him.
Get a badge. Have a badge. Thanks for talking to us. You've been live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. If you go to videos, you'll be on there. Nice one. Have a brilliant day. Okay. I guess we kind of need to move a bit further forward, do we? Look at him. Steve, do a sweep, do a pan.
I'm a bus driver. I'm here to say the Tories now, they are not fit to govern. They have they have taken they have ruined so many people's lives. They have responsible 127 27,000 people dead, and still they haven't taken any responsibility at all. So here to say, not good, not fit to go.
What do you think of this?
This is massive. We are local. We are 2 million people here. 2 million here today. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
I'm supporting the Black Lives Matter, climate crisis, everything. We need to do something now. We need to do something now. We're in a lot of trouble. The way things are going, it's not right. Society is wrong, and we need to fix what we are standing on. Otherwise, we're not going to be around anymore.
How old are you?
20.
So are you in the middle of borrowing shitloads of money to pay for your education?
I am, and
how does that feel?
And that feels great because I don't want to give it back. They don't deserve it.
Excellent. No, they bloody don't. Nice one. And of course, the climate emergency, we've had the young woman, I don't know if you heard her earlier on,
yeah,
she was talking about that, like we've got our own sort of Greta Thunberg thing going on. But they don't really seem to be getting it, do they?
No.
Like, the one that really got me was they had their climate change meeting and had the jet fly past.
We just need to stick together. We need to stay together as a group. Otherwise, it's weak without a large group, and we need to stay together. And we need to get as many people united as possible.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying digital music and sound arts.
Oh, okay.
It's something I've been passionate about, but the most important thing to me right now is the health of our home, and we need to fix it.
Fantastic, nice one, mate. You've been live on the People's Assembly Against Austerity Facebook page. You go to videos, you can find yourself later. Have a fantastic day. Superb, nice one. Great. Hello. You don't want me to speak to the PCSOs again, do you, Steve? Want to speak to the coppers? Yeah, we could. But guess what? Oh, hang on, the stocks. Oh, should we speak to the RMT? Alright guys, do you want to say hello? Hello mate. Do you want to say hello? We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. Oh, awesome. Are you stewarding? We're just wearing up for fun.
No, I'm RMT. No, I'm an RMT rep.
Okay, tell us about that.
Okay, so we've got probably about 100 members up here today from various different branches, and we're obviously up here just to show solidarity. It's certainly in the trade union's interest to kill the bill, because it will heavily impact on your right to picket and to take strike action. So it's imperative that we destroy this at its birth before it even gets a hearing.
And so obviously trains, key workers, train drivers, train workers. Can you tell us a bit about, shed a bit of light on what it's been like for them during the pandemic?
Yeah, well, we've because we're quite well organised within the rail industry, we've managed to make sure that there's been some proper policy put in where guards don't have to go through the trains and put themselves at risk, but they've still got the safety element if there's something goes wrong on the train. Same with drivers. The biggest problem we've got is the cleaners, because they're contract cleaners and they're all run on a shoestring, and they're basically still expecting, even though the guards don't have to walk through the train, they're expecting the onboard cleaners to still walk through the trains in close contact with the passengers cleaning the trains. And it's putting them all at risk, and They have had a couple of people die, not locally where we are, but further up country, who've caught COVID almost certainly because of their work. But you can't prove that. And we keep hammering away at them. And the best way we can protect them in reality is to bring the contract cleaners back in-house so they get the same recognition through the trade union as we do as Trainco and so on.
Well, that's one of the demands of the demo actually, is renationalisation, is recognising, that you can't, if you just go for some lowest common denominator contractor, people are dying for cleaning trains, for God's sake.
That's the truth, that's the absolute truth of it. But what happens is the contract companies say, well, that's the contract, we can't do anything about it. That's what the train operators tell us we've got to do. And the train operators say, well, it's not our problem, it's their staff, they're supposed to look after their health and safety. And they just keep bouncing it backwards and forwards. And, we've held him to account on many occasions. And we got one particular one down at Sittingbourne where you've got a 20-minute, but it's a short journey each way, and you've got a 20-minute break in between. So the cleaners could just clean the train once an hour at Sittingbourne, and then they don't have to go through any trains while they're moving with passengers on. But no, they insisted that it was safe. And in the end we had to threaten industrial action, and they changed their mind.
So tell us about industrial action. Have you had more, is there more going on? I mean, you say they're having to threaten there. I've spoken to Steve Turner, Unite are out all over the place. They're having the absolute piss taken out of them, all kinds of different workplaces. Is that happening in the rail industry?
Yeah, we're starting to build at the moment, because of this thing called the Williams report that came out. It's basically saying you've got 30% of your costs on the railway are staff, so we've got to get rid of more staff. Exactly the same as when McNulty brought his report out. And actually they're making it a more dangerous place, and they're putting people's lives at risk, as well as putting people out of work. That's what they want to do. We know we've got a massive fight coming with the train operating companies. Network Rail's already started on their staff. They want to cut safety checks on the track when they walk along the track. They want to cut them by 50%, because they say that a drone in the sky could do a better job. Absolute complex. A drone in the sky can't see a headline fracture in the rail. Absolutely impossible. So it's all about driving the cost down. But even this GB rail is a con. People think it's going to be a nationalised railway. There's no way it's going to be a nationalised railway.
No, and we've heard the same thing. They've done the same thing with this new NHS bill as well. It's framed as returning a bit more control to people and all that, but it's another fucking robbery. Sorry, apologies for swearing.
No, I don't blame you, mate. It's absolutely right. The way they're structuring now with the unaccountable county authority, basically, is that they're not going to be able, they're structuring it in a way that fits the United Health in America. It's a very similar system to what they've got for their contracts in America. And it don't take rocket science to work out that's where they want us to go.
Shareholders, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, mate. Thank you very much for talking to us. Where did Jim go? He's gone. Look at this. Steve, look at this. All this sweet. Look, all the way around. This is London, folks. What road's this? This is Regent Street. We've closed Regent Street. Regent Street is shut to kick the Tories out. Oh, can we go over here and speak to him? Are you with me? We're doing the live stream. That's all right. You can keep walking. No? Okay. So he doesn't want to be interviewed, Steve. I'm just going to have a chat. Just going to say hello. No, no problem. How you doing? No, I came down a couple of days early to do a bit of volunteering in the office. So that was a guy from Manchester. They're involved in a local campaign there because one of their a local community building is being developed into a 13-storey block that's going to take the light from a lot of residents' homes there. There's all kinds of these micro protests going on all over Manchester and I think all over the country. So that protest is called Block the Block, if you want to know about that. They've got a Facebook page. Hello, do you want to say hello? Hello? Hello mate, do you want to say hello?
I can do quickly, yeah.
What's going on?
That's amazing. The turnout is epic, actually.
How far back are we going?
Well, I've just run it, I think, a couple of times. I reckon it was at least like a 4-minute run from the back to the front or something.
Okay, so it's
good running.
Well, and so we're not. Do you know where we are? Do you know what these places are called? Oh, here we go. Well, this is Regent Street. We just closed Regent Street, baby.
Yeah. Over at Pembrokeshire, so
that's asking the wrong person.
No, really good turnout though. Really good atmosphere. Amazing, yeah, like I said before, cross movement representation, big Palestine block, Kill the Bill, XR, Samba band's going down really well. So
they sound fantastic. There's loads of them.
Yeah, that's really good.
Excellent.
Right, I'm going to run it again.
Nice one, mate. Brilliant. See you in the end. Hello, mate. Do you want to say hello?
Hello there. Yeah, sure.
We're on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
All right. Hello.
What are you campaigning about?
Well, I'd just like to see Channel 4 kept in public hands, really, you know, because as you can all tell, you know, they do have a slight bias against the Conservatives, but it's nothing serious, and they generally do good programmes, and Channel 4 News does a large variety of things which other people don't cover, so I think it should be kept, really, you know.
And have you got a personal aspect to this? I mean, what is it that's about the Channel 4 privatisation that's got you particularly irritated, or?
I think I've heard that they're trying to put people on the Channel 4 board more conservative bias, you know, so they've done that with the BBC, whereas the BBC, alright, so they say a little bit against the government, but a lot of it they're too scared, and if they continue with Channel 4, you know, and put people in they want and privatise it with the people that they want, then we'll lose, you know, another bit of bias. You know, we've already got GB News, haven't we, which is more right-wing, and there's going to be one or two more, so it's not as though they can complain, really, you know.
Well, you know, we're seeing, it's one of the reasons why I love these demos and things, is because you get stories that you can't find in any of the news, you know. So speaking to the train drivers, RMT steward, about the way they've been treated, actual NHS workers about the way they've been treated, and this is the problem with the media, isn't it? They're not telling all the stories.
It is, I know they don't. Sometimes my mate goes to Russia Today, is it RT? Yeah, RT to get some news that our British media don't really mention and things like that, you know, so you need to go to other places rather than just BBC and things like that to get a bit of a broader picture. Some of it might be wrong, but a lot of it's, you know, quite interesting, really. It broadens you out.
And how does it feel to be closing down Piccadilly Circus?
Great.
Nice one, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Have you seen something you want to talk about? I've got any comments? Anything interesting? Look, from Poverty Watch, thank you. Linda, we know they've got problems with the video. You might need to drop down your resolution a bit. Thanks for the love, folks. Thanks for all the comments. Please do like and share. Okay, sorry if you don't like that. Okay, good. Haymarket, turning right into Haymarket. Do you want to say hello? Sure. People's Assembly Facebook page. Oh, okay. Keep your mask on. Nobody will know. You're stewarding for Great. We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. Okay, don't worry about it. Hello. Mate, I'm going to say hello. I'm going to say hello. We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. So I'm just interviewing people as we're walking down to Parliament Square. Can you tell us what's brought you out today?
Concern for the climate, for the human future in the first instance, but only just behind that, anger at the Conservatives' plans to restrict or remove ancient rights of protest, while forewarning about their love of freedom and tradition and all the rest of it. They are the most abject, stinking hypocrites. And I say this as someone who was at university with Boris Johnson. Who was on the library committee of the Oxford Union at the same time that Boris Johnson was president of the Oxford Union. So you can look me up if you're curious. My name is Simon Bradley. I'm proud to march with Extinction Rebellion against the government and against the Conservatives.
Excellent, Simon, that's brilliant. Well, you might be able to shed some light on this one for us. I look at Boris Johnson, I look at this character, and it strikes me that this is a constructed personality that's been designed to win power, all this buffoonery and all of that. Can you give us some insight into the personality if you're at university with him?
Well, in one sense he's the same person, you know. I mean, he loves attention, he likes to be liked. It's very much a one-way thing. I mean, he had sort of associates, but I don't know about friends so much, but I don't know. I mean, I didn't really know him. But yeah, he's a charismatic person, definitely. I mean, he has that gift, but he's got no mission about how to use it for any kind of good or ill. It's just about keeping himself at the centre of attention.
It does feel like we're in the hands of raving sociopaths, doesn't it, really?
Well,
empathy bypass.
I think he's not a spiteful person particularly, I think, but he is an absolute moral vacuum. And obviously a great many Conservatives took a punt on him as likely to deliver power to them, and it's worked. But you see the rot spreading outwards from Johnson in terms of any kind of accountability or moral sense. Everything they seem to do has an element of the dodge or the scam or shutting down protests, shutting down what they take it as far as they can do. Taking away the right to object to planning applications seems entirely in character with that, and obviously ties in with their what you might call sponsorship by property interests. I mean, it's well known that the party is funded to a quite considerable extent by property developers, and there's a corrupt transaction that was exposed with Robert Jenrick when he was, I'm sure not accidentally, sat next to a property developer, Richard Desmond, and waved through a contested proposal of Desmond's just in time for him to escape a payment that would have fallen to him for the public good of the people of Tower Hamlets. Now, that one was caught out, spotted, and had to be rescinded, but Jenrick is still there, and Jenrick's bill on planning, which is massively harmful, there is completely out of sync with what the government says it wants to do and has declared to be its mission in terms of climate and carbon emissions. So if you're a complete hypocrite, if you're
you're a complete chancer. You don't care that there's no coherence or joined up quality in your policies. You just think, well, they win you advantage in this way or that way in this particular context. And that's what we've got. So that's why I'm marching. I'm sorry, it's a long story.
No, hey, listen, man, we've got time. This is why we're here. We're here to tell the stories that no one's telling anywhere else, you know.
But you've probably heard too much from me now. You can talk to someone else.
Well, you too. And, you know, I just hope that at some point I can put my cynicism to rest, you know. It seems like whatever bad view one has is always reinforced, and it's never taken down, you know. We never find a positive story. It's always self-interest. It's always, you know, power grab, money grab, you know. And as you say, the planet's on fucking fire. Sorry, I swore again. But it's alright, because Nick Clegg's watching out for us. We're on Facebook. Lovely to talk to you. Well, that's more trained people. We've spoken to trained people, and the RMT. Should we speak to that big bloke who's dancing? He looks like he's having a great time. Hello, folks. You look like you're having a great time. Do you want to say hello? We're on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
Hello, People's Assembly Facebook page.
What's brought you out today?
ASLEF.
Okay.
And doing the right thing and getting Labour back into power and kill the bill.
Yes, very important, very important. But are you involved in ASLEF? I mean, you know, you've got the flag.
I got the flag. My partner is a representative of ASLEF.
Right.
And I'm along here with him because we've got to support doing the right thing.
Yeah, and look at all these people. What a display we have.
Absolutely. And what fun to have too.
Nice one. Have a brilliant time.
Thank you.
There you are. Where are we going? We're about to get flagged. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Actually, I think we should probably speed up a bit. We're going to try and get a bit closer to the front. So We can bring you the speeches.
Socialism! Don't say no! Socialism! Socialism!
He's impressed, look. Can you show him? Nice. So, I believe that fella's called Nelson, isn't he? That's Nelson, isn't it? So we're walking through Trafalgar Square and getting a lot of support, actually. Everyone knows, really, don't they? Great.
We know what you're all about.
Hang on, I'm a bit. There we go. Oh my word. God, we're miles away from the front. Look, they're right over there. Come on, Steve, what have you been playing at? Oh, and look, Charing Cross into Whitehall. I hope you're showing all the street signs. We're really here. Steve. Good. Hello.
Not the statue. Don't be afraid of the Zionists. The Zionists are fucking behind your head.
Hello. Say hello to us. We're on the People's Assembly Facebook page. Say hello. I bet you have. What are you doing here? What's brought you out today?
Extinction Rebellion.
Right.
And big to this as well, so I feel very strongly about that too.
Right. And how do you feel being out today? What's your reaction?
It's great to be with other people that think the same way and be free to do something. Or, yeah, we think we're doing something, maybe. Hopefully.
I'm feeling a bit overstimulated, to be honest. I've been stuck in the house for like 2 years, and now I'm in amongst 100,000 people. But it is amazing, isn't it? It's so colourful and vibrant.
Yeah, it's great, fantastic.
Well,
I've been asked to keep masks on, so can't even hear me properly. But never mind.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad little microphone, so it should pick you up. Thank you. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your day. Right. Come on then. I think you can come down a bit. Yeah, mate. Do that. You do that, and I'll do this. We'll take this down then, because we need to get up front. Go on then. Good. Oh, is that the Facebook feed? Right, come on mate, I want to get to the front, we need to get set up and I want to take a break. Pretty good quality actually. Okay. So here we are walking down Whitehall with Tories out banners, amongst other things. Hello mate, you want to say hello?
Hello sir, how are you?
I'm alright, we're on the People's Assembly Facebook page.
Oh fantastic.
Do you want to tell us what brought you out today?
It's the justice and to stop that bill to taking our rights, human rights away and work everything. It's inhumane, it really is. And I think the sooner we get the Tories out, the better for everyone. Just not me.
They're up to some crazy stuff, aren't they? I mean, like you say, there's a proper assault going on almost, isn't there?
And everyone, mate. Literally everyone. Because they've got that 80-seat majority, unfortunately. What can I say, mate? We're in desperate times at the moment. And we've got no opposition either. Because Keir Starmer is not holding the government to account in any way, unfortunately.
Do you know you're not the first person to mention that to me today?
And I'm sure I won't be the last either, mate. I tell you. I say, bring back Jeremy Corbyn.
Or something
similar to his policies and you know.
Yeah. And are you involved in something? What's your work, or is this has something brought you in contact with this? You got some sort of personal experience of things that are going on? What the Tories have been up to?
I'm I was at the Gaza protest in Oxford a couple of weeks ago on a Sunday, so I've been in with that. So yeah, and also I used to be a Labour member as well. So. What can I say? I feel a bit left out at the moment, you know. So,
yeah. But this is good, isn't it?
This is brilliant. This is real solidarity.
Yeah, man, nice one. And there's so many different. I've got a list of all the different organisations that are involved as well. We're seeing all the banners and all the placards and everything it says.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I had to get this today.
I like it.
I had to get it. I couldn't refuse it. As soon as I saw it, I said, how much is that? It goes 10. I was like, there you go then.
There you go. So this gentleman's modelling the new version. I've got the old version. This is the new version. You can get these. These are on the website.
I've also got my Palestine sticker.
Yeah.
And my Palestine bracelet, Save Gaza.
Fantastic. Nice one, mate.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks for talking to us.
No worries. Take care.
You too. Okay. So the reason why we're slowing down a bit is because that's Downing Street over there. That's where he lives, Steve. That's where he lives there. That's Boris Johnson's gaff. Right. We're very near Parliament Square. Cenotaph here. Mercy's not nukes. Try and get up the side. Chris! Hello mate, got to say hello.
Mate, hello.
I'm good. Give me some elbow.
You look so much different with us.
You keep talking.
Yeah.
So, this is a comrade from Manchester, Bury People's Assembly. So you came down on the bus?
Yeah, so we came down on the bus today, about 20 odd of us from Manchester, slightly reduced capacity due to COVID.
How is it? How are you feeling? Tell me about, we're just closing down Parliament Square here, man. We're closed down Regent Street, Whitehall, Pall Mall.
Yeah, I think it's very good. I think what's really impressive about today is you've got so many of these big organisations coming together. So you've got like XR, Stop the War, PSC, obviously the People's Assembly, all the unions. So I think for me that's the best part of it, to see them all coming together, to oppose the government and all the terrible things that they're doing.
I think we need to go this side of the railings. The list of affiliated organisations is really impressive, actually.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of good speakers on the bill too. I'm looking forward to hearing what they got to say. Some really big names to the left.
Yeah, we've got to get there because we're filming them. Nice
See you later.
See you soon. Okay. So, right, that's the stage, I believe. Yes. Yes. Hello, mate.
Quick question: Who's behind the People's Assembly? Is it trade unions?
The trade unions, a lot of support from trade unions. If you have a look on the website, it gives us all the support. There's it's a really long list, actually, but yeah.
And we're always last when the rain is shed out, or the worker is working when the fat cat's about.
Welcome to Parliament Square! Give yourselves a big round of applause! Welcome to the People's Assembly demonstration. So fantastic to see so many people out here today. We are surely united.
Don't we want to cut the heads in the way? Don't we want to cut the heads in it?
Get comfortable. David's going to sing a couple of songs while we get ourselves organised. And let's have a fantastic rally!
I think that's fine. Well, unless we get out the way, then it sounds about right. Yeah, because there's about 10,000 people going to come in a minute.
I think there's more than that.
Oh yeah, so we might as well.
Hello!
Right, let's have a look.
Just what we needed.
Whether you're standing up for the NHS, standing up for jobs, standing up for wages, standing up against Matt Hancock, or, as we've heard really loudly and seen in all its splendour on today's march, if you are standing with Palestine today. One world, one struggle. Ramona just needs to say something else and then I'll play it.
Okay, so if everybody could just keep coming into the square, and if you keep moving across, because there's lots of people still coming up Whitehall, so if you can make some space, so if you can move over to my left, just keep moving. There's lots and lots of people still coming down Whitehall, so we want to make sure everybody can get into the square and listen to the speeches. We've got some fantastic speakers today. Keep moving in and keep moving right across, take up all of the space, make sure you're keeping some social distance. Thank you. Keep moving in. There's lots of people coming down Whitehall. We want to make sure everybody can hear the speeches. Thank you.
This one's for Palestine. Empires up to the Middle East and found a new gold mine. No sooner did they turn their eyes to the land of Palestine. Denied their very existence when they stole away the land. The Nakba of their people, that's the colonizer's hand. Tell me, which side are you on? 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 The Zionistic land made their houses burn, scattered to the four winds, now their children can't return. Who'll speak for them from the river to the sea? Demonized by the Western press and whitewashed on TV. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
West Bank. But who needs a removal van when you've got guns and tanks? Gaza is a prison now, they've suffered for too long. Used as target practice by the ones who drop the bombs. Tell me, which side are you on? 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 South Africa against racial fallacy, but apartheid in the Holy Land still stains humanity. Don't need to be no expert to see his blood is on whose hands. You side with the oppressor when you take a neutral stance. Tell me, which side are you on? 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 The guns won't stun the voices against every attack, and you cannot claim self-defense when they are trying to fight back. Won't smear us into silence, resistance will not cease. There'll be no justice and no peace till Palestine is free. Which side are you on? 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 Which side are you on?
If you could please keep coming into the square and moving to your right. So if you keep moving to your right, we need to get people in from Whitehall. They're still coming down Whitehall. Move to your right, please.
What do you think we are, Tories?
Well, you can move to my left. How's that? Going to do is one more song and then we're going to get our speakers organised. So keep moving to my left.
Alright, this is an international one. Una mattina mi sono alzato. Oh, dalla ciao, dalla ciao, dalla ciao, ciao, ciao. La mattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'imbasso. Oh, partigiano, portami via. Oh, dalla ciao, dalla ciao, dalla ciao, ciao, ciao. Lontano, portami via. Che mi sento di morire. E se io muoio da partigiano. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Se io muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire e seppellire a su montagna. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Seppellire a su montagna, colorati con elfio e le genti che passeranno. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E le gente che passeranno mi diranno che bel fiore. molto bella libertà. Thank you! Make some noise for David! There are still lots and lots of people coming into the square, so please keep moving down. Let's make sure we can fit everyone in here and have a monster rally. Are you all fired up from that demonstration? Are you all fired up from marching? Have you got your vocal cords warmed up? Does that mean you're ready to do some shouting? Because I tell you what, this unity is what terrifies the Tories, and we need to make sure Boris Johnson doesn't sleep tonight. If you're with me, make some noise! If you're here today to protest against the police and crime bill, let me hear you say, kill that bill! 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 If you're here to stand with our Gypsy, Roman, Traveller, sisters and brothers, let me hear you say, kill that bill! 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 If you're here today for Palestine, let me hear you say, free, free! 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 If you're here today because our government spends billions and billions on weapons of mass destruction instead of funding the NHS, let me hear you say, no more war! 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 And if instead you think that money should go to a pay rise for the nurses, let me hear you say, 15% now! 15% now! 15% now! 15% now! 15% now! 15% now! And more generally, save our NHS! 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 And if you're here against Priti Patel and her racist deportation, let me hear you say, end deportations now! End deportations now! Let me say, refugees are welcome here! Refugees are welcome here! Refugees are welcome here! Refugees are welcome here! Priti Patel has got to go! 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 And if you're here because our government is actively facilitating the breakdown of our climate, let me hear you say, system change, not climate change! 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 And if you're here for all of the above, and you know that to do that we need to get this shoddy, corrupt, incompetent, racist government let me hear you say, Tories out! 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 And now, as loud as you possibly can, with your flags and your placards and your fists in the sky, let's make sure Boris Johnson can hear it. Boris Johnson's got to go! 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 Tories out! 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 Make some noise for yourselves! If you're here,
If you're here today to oppose the outrageous attacks on disabled people who have made 60% of deaths from COVID after 10 years of austerity because this government doesn't think their lives matter. Before we chant, please keep moving down to the left, please. Please keep coming into the square so more people can fit. And now let's chant, disabled lives matter! 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 And if you're here today because what we've seen the Tories do is allow employers to fire workers wholesale and hire them on worse contracts, let me hear you say, end fire and rehire! 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 Make some noise for yourselves! And we say no ifs, no buts, no NHS cuts, 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 no ifs, no NHS cuts, no ifs, no buts, no NHS cuts, no ifs, no NHS cuts. Confuse myself. Okay, just lastly, finally, with all your might, I want us to reassert the fact that we're here united against the Tories. That is our unity that terrifies them. So I want you to say, we are united! 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 We're gonna get some speakers now. Make some noise for yourselves!
Stop child trafficking!
Black Lives Matter!
Stop paedophilia!
It's incredible to see you all here today. You are an inspiration right now of what the future can look like. And we're here at a crossroads of our history. I'm Amelia Womack, I'm Deputy Leader of the Green Party and Co-Chair of the People's Assembly. And here we are, using our democratic rights to get our message heard. Because we are at a crossroads. We know that we have a chance to break down the old systems. We know that we have a chance to lead our society to a better future. Because everything that has happened the last 18 months has proven how broken those systems were. We know that those systems of the past will never solve our problems. And I am always proud to stand here as the People's Assembly, and everyone who is challenging cuts, austerity, corruption, racism, anti-Semitism, sexism, misogyny, all of the people campaigning for a better future. We have been here month in, month out with a clear message every time about the future of our NHS, about the future of our education, about ensuring that people have decent homes, decent wages, respect in their workplaces, as well as tackling the climate and ecological emergency. They called us radical. But let's face it, not only was it rational, but when we were talking about building a better future to ensure that we were going to be strong in the good times, but especially in the bad, this is what we were talking about. Ensuring that our NHS couldn't even cope with the winter crisis. It was never going to cope with a global pandemic. And when you look at the government's own risk assessments, this pandemic was as likely as disruptive snow. Yet, the cuts that tore apart the very heart of our communities have ensured that our society was weaker when we got here. Politicians not only sat in their ivory towers They looked down at us from Barnard Castle, watching as we struggled without ensuring that we had proper protection. We need to be thinking about those big ideas now. I've never seen so much support for not only people's rights, but also those big ideas like a citizen's income, like making sure that we have a strong society where no one has to worry and people have a fulfilling lives for them, their children, their family, their friends. And that's why we're here today, challenging the status quo, building a better tomorrow, making sure that we are highlighting that if you think this is bad, wait until the climate and ecological emergency hit us. Let's not forget that it was the ecological emergency that brought us to this point with the pandemic. Make sure that we speak out at every point, at every opportunity, and stand united as we do it. Thank you, People's Assembly, for being here. I know you've travelled across the country, and I'll introduce you to Steve.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for that, Amelia, the fabulous Amelia, and my joint co-chair of the People's Assembly Against Austerity. I'm going to try and stick this mic in here. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the heart of government where the bastards meet to do us in. Just over there, just over there. As we were saying before we were so rudely interrupted by a pandemic, an unprecedented crisis, the loss of so many of our friends, our loved ones, our family members. We've lost jobs, we've lost homes, we've lost hope in many cases. But whatever it is that makes you angry, that forces you to protest, that makes you want to challenge, to come together today here in Westminster, whether it's for homes, whether it's for good jobs, whether it's for NHS, whether it's because Black Lives Matter, whether it's for Palestine, whether it's the right to protest itself, and there is no bigger fight against the right to protest and no greater answer to that attack than to protest right here, right now, today. Whether it's for care for all or women's justice, austerity was another attack on our class and a failed ideology, and for 10 years we fought that failure of government. Tories are not fit to govern. Not fit to govern. And Matt Hancock, of all of them, what an appropriate name in so many ways for a politician. He failed us, along with the rest of them, but he failed us on PPE. He failed on social care. He failed on test and trace. He failed our NHS. He failed us on lockdown and antivirus containment. He failed to keep his own tongue in his own mouth. I don't give a fuck who he fucks, as long as he's not fucking us. So Matt Hancock must go. Matt Hancock must go. He must resign immediately, but he's not the only one. He's not the only one. We want the old, rotten, corrupt, incompetent, smarmy, public school educated load of bastards in the Tory party to go with it. For failing our nations, for failing our people, for failing our class. So we demand and we deserve better. And that's what you're going to get on this stage this afternoon. We've got fantastic speakers lined up to inspire and to motivate, to power change. And I want to introduce the first one of those, the fantastic Marvina Newton. Anyone who was at the front will have heard Marvin. How she's still got a voice left, I don't know. But she's wonderful. And Marvina, the stage is yours.
That was a welcome, you know. When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Ooh, all black lives matter. every single one of them. Big up to all of you. Give yourself a round of applause! Don't we look so beautiful united, right? Don't we just look phenomenal united, right? They did not understand what they were trying to do when they brought this policing and crime bill. They thought they were going to separate us, but then they did not know we were seeds that they needed to bury, that we grew into this. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! When I say extinction, you say rebellion. Extinction! Rebellion. Extinction! Rebellion. When I say extinction, you say rebellion. Extinction! Rebellion. Let me tell you, our fight is intersectional. Our fight is intergenerational. Our fight is international. When we're united for Black lives, we know how important that is. When we look at the oppressive government, let's not even go to the Swirls report that says we have racial harmony. We need to start calling out this corrupt government that constantly disappoints, constantly tries to take our voice. They try to silence us on a daily basis. But when we come together, when we stand and put our fist up, fist up! Ooh. I speak through my ancestors. I ground myself to this earth, and I tell you, we will not be silenced no matter what. When the people realize who they are, they definitely always stand stronger. When they try to take what we are, we tell them we're not going nowhere. When they tell us that we're aggravated terrorists, we tell them, fuck you. Be honest to you, I did not give this government consent to fuck me, so then I tell them to go fuck themselves. Tory scums need to come out of the system. When we stand united, unapologetically black, this Nigerian queen came on the stage, turned it up, turned it down, in solidarity all day, every day. Black Lives Matter, People's Assembly, we are united. Thank you!
Incredible. Now we have Zara Sultana from MP.
Hi everyone. My name's Zara Sultana. I'm proudly the Member of Parliament for Coventry South, and I am so proud to be with you guys today. There's an old idea in this country. It's the name when a wealthy few act with absolutely no regard for the people, when their indifference of their class causes death and misery for our class. That name is social murder, and that's what this government has been responsible for during the pandemic. So many have already started with a nice message to Matt Hancock, and I have one to add too. You need to go. You discharge people into care homes without testing. You sent NHS workers to the front line without PPE. You handed out dodgy COVID contracts to your Tory mates, and you spent £37 billion on a privatised test and trace system that doesn't even work. Because you and your government, tens of thousands of disproportionately working class people died who didn't need to die. Matt Hancock, you are responsible, so you need to go. But it's not just Matt Hancock, it's Boris Johnson, it's Rishi Sunak, it's my good friend Priti Patel, it's the whole rotten Conservative Party. It's their rotten ideology and it's their rotten system, and we have to get rid of every single one of them. But we're not going to do that by just wearing a nice suit, and we're not going to do that by talking politely or fawning over right-wing rags. We don't change society by playing by their rules. We change society the only way it's ever been done, from the bottom up, in the street, in the workplaces, in our communities. We don't do it by waiting for focus groups to tell us what to think, but by being true to our principles, by uniting our class against the wealthy few who exploit us, cut our services, and then scapegoat and demonise us. There is no time to waste. This pandemic has deepened the crises we face, and the deeper the crisis, the greater the need for radical answers. So rather than moving right, we should be building on Labour's 2019 manifesto. We need to be championing a radical Green New Deal to avert climate catastrophe and to transform the country. We need to be fighting for a national care service, providing social care to the free at the point of use. We need to be standing up for our NHS workers and demanding not a 1%, not a 2%, but a 15% pay rise. And we need to do it by being true to our internationalism and calling for justice from Palestine, free Palestine, to Kashmir. This past year we've seen that it's not millionaire bankers or hedge fund managers who keep our society running. It's our nurses, it's our cleaners, it's our bus drivers, it's our shop assistants and our teachers. It's the working class in all of its beautiful diversity. So let's demand a new normal, one by and for them. Thank you and solidarity.
Wow, the fantastic Zara Sultana. Thanks so much, Zara. Look, we've got loads of speakers this afternoon, and most of them need no introduction to anybody in this audience. And the one that's standing on my left, he's normally on my left actually, but he's standing on my left today, needs no introduction at all, and that's Dave Wall, General Secretary of the Communication Workers Union. Dave.
Hi everybody, sisters, brothers, comrades. We in solidarity from the Communication Workers Union. And isn't it great, isn't it wonderful to feel and see the power of freedom and people coming together again. But we've got a massive task in front of us. Let's make no mistake. Let's make no mistake here. This is a crucial moment for the future of our country, international solidarity, and the future of the Labour movement. And I'm here today to tell you that we're starting in a very, very bad place. And I'm not talking about over there. We all know that. I'm talking about the reality today that's been decades in the making, before even the pandemic, that we live in a country today where there is a deep structural imbalance of power and wealth, and it's right across the world of work. It's how the economy operates, and it's there in all the tragic inequalities that permeate every part of society today that you're all here to do something about. And that's the key question. I ask you to think seriously now about how we build our movement. There's a couple of things I think that we all know. One is Johnson and the Tories are never ever going to level up this country. Secondly, something we need to now think about seriously. We can't wait for political change. We can't wait for Labour to sort itself out. The people have to do it themselves. And I'm here to commit, and I want you to commit. I want the trade union movement to lead the way, to start campaigning together, to start campaigning and taking action together. And I ask you this, every minute that you spend, every moment that you spend thinking about how we can unite all of the causes, all of the groups, all of the communities, all of the collectivism that exists in this country, will be a moment you will never ever regret for the rest of your lives. Let's stand together. Let's stand together in campaigning, action. Let the trade union movement lead the way with all of you behind us and with us and in front of us. And make sure we fight for a new deal for workers, our families, the country and the whole world. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next we have Laura Pidcock, People's Assembly National Secretary. Thank you so much, Amelia, and thank you so much to the People's Assembly team. Please will you give them a massive round of applause for putting this on to get all of the volunteers, all of the stewards, Ramona McCartney, the national organiser. Absolutely unbelievable effort, and what an 18 months it has been. We have endured so much. The political class in Westminster have failed us. They inoculate themselves against the pain that we suffer. We will not forgive them, and no, we will not be patient against their political ideology, a belief system which sees exploitation, grotesque levels of inequality, the constant threat of war and destitution as a fair price for the protection of a system which serves them so well and the richest so well. We have run out of patience with their system and with the destruction that they wrought. They willfully look away at the housing crisis, at poverty pay. They have encouraged a system of privatisation and fragmentation of our NHS, taking away more and more of our services. They stoke a despicable nationalistic racism and cultivate culture wars to distract us, to divert our attention and obscure the truth. The truth is, they refuse to serve our interests and they have disdain for our lives. They are shameful, and Boris Johnson, Matt Hancock, Priti Patel, the lot of them have to be forced out of power by our movement. And I have a message for the leader of the opposition. You have to start opposing this government. You need to take our pain, our grief, take the last decade of austerity and all of the destruction that has caused, take the injustice done to the Windrush generation and the people of Grenfell Tower and all of those people who have been sanctioned by the DWP, take the dedication and service of an intensive care nurse and tell them why they do not deserve 15%. Explain why, when we know it's possible. It's perfectly possible for them to be paid 15% pay rise. Tell us why there cannot be an end to marketisation in education. It is all possible. The political class know it is possible. And what we are doing today, what you are doing today, is being an opposition. You are the opposition to the Tory government. And I'll finish with this. At the root of our communities is a deep, deep love for one another. We are not the enemies of each other, and we will not treat each other as such. We are on a collective journey of discovery, trying to make sense of living in this scary world. Let's be gentle with each other. And to those people who are at home, who have not yet made it to the streets, Tell them now, you are welcome in our movement against this government. You will be welcome in our diverse and beautiful movement, which knows this. We know this. There can be a world without war. There can be a world without exploitation. There can be a world where our seas, our forests and the air that we breathe is cleansed of the destruction caused by the unfettered greed of a few. And who will deliver that? We will deliver that. Never give up. Thank you.
Brilliant. Brilliant, the fantastic Laura Peacock, everybody. Fantastic. Well done, Laura. Well, before I introduce our next speaker, and he genuinely doesn't need an introduction, I just want all of you to reach into your pockets and pull out your phones, because I know you got one, and I know you're going to video our next speaker. But before you do that, and on the back of what Laura Peacock just said, I want you to take a photo to scan the QR code on our placards today, because everybody that does that can make a donation to the People's Assembly. None of this just happens. This don't come for free. We're building a movement, and we build a movement because of the collective contributions of each and every one of us. So if you've got a phone and you can take a snap of the QR code, do it and donate a £5, and it'll have us back here next month, and the month after that, and the month after that, and every month until we get rid of them lying, scheming bastards over there, once and for all. Our next speaker comes from the Justice and Peace Project, of course, the Peace and Justice Project. He needs no introduction. He is the occupier of Downing Street. He's the rightful owner of Number 10. He has been our leader. He's still the leader of millions. Jeremy Corbyn.
Said, and all the work that you do, and the incredible leadership that you bring and will bring to our trade unions all over this country. And speaking here today as the representative of the Project for Justice and Peace, I want to bring a message to you of this. First of all, I'm so proud to see such a range of organisations and communities and interests in this square here today. People representing the hope of a world of peace, not war. Of a world free of nuclear weapons, not threatened by nuclear weapons. I'm here proud to stand alongside teachers and educational campaigners who bring hope to our children through their skills, and are campaigning for proper payments to our schools to help children recover from Corona and the way in which they've lost so many educational opportunities. I'm proud to be here alongside health campaigners for all that they do and all that they've done and all that they will do. And I'm also very proud to be here alongside so many people who understand with passion the whole issue of environmental sustainability. I am fearful that COP26 in Glasgow later this year will become an exercise in greenwash self-aggrandizement before they get into private jets to head off home. The reality is, the poorest people in the poorest countries suffer the worst air quality, the worst quality food, the shortest life expectancies, and the danger of flooding, pandemics, and of course, so-called natural disasters. So we have to be serious about campaigning for environmental justice all over the world as well as in this country. Our health service was founded by people with vision. Vision of healthcare free at the point of use as a human right. The current Secretary of State for Health is only interested in handing out contracts to Serco or other companies, privatising our NHS, and our Prime Minister said to me in December 2019, I was scaremongering when I said American companies would come in and take over our NHS. Well, if I was scaremongering, how come Centene now run a GP practice in my own constituency? I say, get the contractors out of the NHS! Pay the NHS staff the 15% increase! But we as a movement are not just about defending the gains that our predecessors made in health, in education, in housing, and in so many other areas. We're about taking things further forward. A world of peace, a world of justice. And there's a great injustice that happens when you get older. And all of us one day are going to get older. Probably half the people in this square at some point in their lives are going to need social care. I say this to those that are thinking of social care policies. Make social care the equivalent of our NHS and provide it free at the point of need for everybody. If as a country we can afford to create more billionaires during a crisis than have ever been created before, we can afford to tax those billionaires to fund the future. And that is what justice is about. That is what justice looks like. And here today, all of us, in all our diversity, are a real strength. We will never allow the Islamophobes, the anti-Semites, the united as a people demanding a fair and just world, demanding a world fit for the next generation, for our children to grow up in. Now, political power comes from lots of places. Yes, of course, there is political power that comes from elected offices. That is absolutely obvious. But those that set out on the road to free education, housing, healthcare, set out in the southern states of the USA on the road to try and achieve democracy, set out in the colonies of the 19th century to achieve independence, or in the 18th to abolish slavery, didn't hold political office. All they held was the ability to unite each other together in a common cause. Now, it is up to us. Stay together, be together, be strong and active together, and that will give hope to our generation, the next generation, and the generations after that. Stay strong, stay solid. Thank you.
From the National President of the Public and Communication Services Union.
Thanks everyone, and following Jeremy Corbyn something, isn't it? I want to start by bringing wholehearted solidarity on behalf of my union PCS. The expression united we stand and divided we fall has never been more appropriate. As a movement, we are facing the fight of our lives on many different fronts. The combined effects of years of austerity, pay freezes, the return of working practices the Victorian bosses would have been proud of, such as zero-hour contracts, and now the impact of COVID-19. We have a populist right-wing government more concerned with enriching their friends and relatives than saving lives and protecting vulnerable people from the devastating effects of the pandemic. Comrades, our PCS members are disgusted by comments made by this Prime Minister Boris Johnson when he said he would rather see the bodies piled high than have another lockdown. Tell that to our members in DVLA and Swansea, where over 2,000 staff have been forced to go into work in unsafe conditions, no social distancing, and where there have been over 650 positive cases of COVID-19 and 1 death since September, the biggest outbreak in any UK workplace. Those brave members have taken unprecedented amounts of strike action to fight for what are very modest demands, the right to a safe workplace, something that every worker should be entitled to. We will support them every single step of the way. They deserve our total solidarity, and if we win, it will be a victory for every worker in Britain. This government are repeating the mistakes that they've made throughout the pandemic. DWP management have announced the extension of face-to-face services in job centres. They are threatening sanctions if clients don't attend interviews. PCS believes that calling large numbers in for interviews, including those least likely to have been vaccinated before the pandemic has ended, is unsafe and it's irresponsible. It's the same old Tories, sleaze backhanders whilst cutting and privatising, and they now expect us to pay for the pandemic and an economic recovery, and that is why PCS is committed to building joint campaigns with other trade unions to end the public sector pay freeze. And also social movements like the People's Assembly to build maximum solidarity against the Tories' hated policies. Our campaign for a fairer society has to be based on need, not based on greed. Key workers deserve more than claps. We fight together for well-funded public services, for local and central government services, and we need fully funded and staffed public services to deliver for the disadvantaged in society, with a genuine safety net against sickness and unemployment, secure, well-paid work for all. The valuable public services that we deliver our own communities are under assault. This is the real battleground in society. Years of cuts and privatisation representing a fundamental attack on workers' rights. It is an attempt to take back from us all of the gains our predecessors in the movement won through many generations of struggle. The Tories and the capitalist class that they represent are intent on destroying the very idea that in a rich society such as ours, we have a right to all the services that make the difference between a civilised life and one of despair, ignorance and disease. The Tories have one aim: to hand out public services over to big companies and multinationals to extract as much profit as they can from what is rightfully ours. 24 people during this pandemic became billionaires. Think about that. They know that they are robbing us blind, and beneath all their contempt and arrogance, they're scared because what we have that they don't have, is solidarity. The police crime sentencing and courts bill strikes at the heart of democracy. Okay. The Tories are intent on crushing us, and we have to stand together to fight back. Our greatest weapon is solidarity, and let me finish with this. I have never been more confident that the principles and the values that we stand for and believe in are not only correct, but they will prevail. I bring you the full support in all of your struggles from PCS, and I look forward to fighting alongside you all for a fairer, more equal, socialist society. Solidarity!
Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine!
Wow, fantastic. Thanks so much for that. Another fighting back union in PCS there. I'm very proud to be an Assistant General Secretary in my union. That's Unite. I'm also very proud to be able to introduce our next speaker, who is a friend, a colleague, another Assistant General Secretary in our union, but more importantly, my partner in crime to keep our union left and to keep our movement left, and that's Howard Beckett. So Howard,
Comrades, thank you. Comrades, I want to start by mentioning the name of Roger Sylvester. Roger was taken by the police and he was suffocated over 20 minutes and he lost his life. I want to mention a name of Smiley Culture, a reggae artist and a DJ from the south of London whose house was raided by the police. He was stabbed and then they tried to say that it was suicide. I want to mention the name of Esme Mohammed Daly, a young 18-year-old student who was accosted by 18 police officers in a store in Liverpool. He was suffocated and suffered a cardiac arrest. I want to mention Damien Atkinson, a professional footballer, mentally ill, who was tasered for 33 seconds by the police, kicked violently in the head twice, a foot placed on his head until backup came, and he died of his injuries. These are the actions in the UK today, and we must never forget their names. And we must never forget the name of Daniela Fraser, who brought to all of us the murder of George Floyd. And we must not forget the name of the beautiful Sasha Johnson, fighting for her life right here and now to return to talk for her communities. And comrades, we mustn't forget the names of the racists. We must not forget the name of Johnson and Patel with their go-home vans, the Windrush scandal, the deporting of refugees in the dark of night. We must not forget the imposition of the police crime and sentencing legislation intended to criminalise travellers. These are racists with a racist agenda to divide our class. And comrades, sadly we must not forget the abject response of Labour, allowing this to happen on their watch, too concerned with Union Jacks to respond to racism in society. But right here now, comrades, we expect so much more. We must remember the thousands of lives lost in the NHS, lost in the care sector, lost in construction, and demand more. Now is the time for us to remember the bravery of 1946 when people returned from a Second World War to build the Midland council houses, to build the social state, to build the NHS. Now is the time for our bravery to have the same demands, to say a wealth tax, to say 15% to the NHS, to say social payments in the NHS, to say a minimum wage of £15 an hour, to say the end of student debt. These are the challenges for us as a movement. And comrades, my union Unite is at a crossroads as Labour is at a crossroads. Now is the time for our selection of the next General Secretary, and I'm asking all of you, I'm pleading with all of you, do not split the left vote. There is one left candidate now in this ballot paper, and that is Steve Turner. One candidate who will talk for a modern union, one candidate who will talk for decentralisation, one candidate who will get democracy back to branches, one candidate that will have equalities and anti-racism running through everything that he does, one candidate that has socialism in his bones, one candidate that knows the union must stand strong in our place in society. Comrades, I will finish with this. Youth right here and now need to understand the strength of collectivism. They need to believe that being in a collective can change your lives, that that's what gives you power, that's what gives you a better tomorrow than you had yesterday. Now is the time for us to say to young people, be part of organised labour as soon as you can withdraw your labour. Demand a better tomorrow and accept nothing less. Solidarity!
The fantastic Howard Beckett. We give him another 20 seconds there to make a point. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks so much for that, Howard. Our next speaker is another inspiring speaker that's fought austerity and for a decent communities in the political world, as well as in his own community in Leeds East, where he's the MP, and that's Richard Bergen. Richard.
This crisis has shone a very bright spotlight on the huge inequalities in our society, but it's been a good crisis for some. It's been a good crisis for British billionaires who increased their wealth by £100 billion in the last year. It's been a good crisis for those with friends in high places who got their hands on corrupt COVID contracts. It's been a good crisis for outsourcing giants like Serco, pocketing money that should have gone to our public services. It's been a good crisis for the few, but it's been a disaster for the many. Tens of thousands have needlessly lost their lives. Older people forced back into unsafe care homes. Millions of disabled people on benefits denied extra financial support. An education recovery fund that gives working class kids just £1 per day. Wages and conditions forced down through fire and rehire. The failings of decades of neoliberalism and privatisation are clear for all to see in the response to this crisis. So this must be the moment when we ditch all of that, because we can't fight the climate crisis with the current rigged system. We can't fight the inequality crisis with the current rigged system. We can't fight the housing crisis with the current rigged system. Now I'm very optimistic we can win the change we need. Poll after poll shows people want a more equal society out of this crisis. And when even a centrist US president is announcing the end of trickle-down economics, a massive public investment programme and taxes on the super rich, then that's the very least Labour needs to be fighting for. But the Tories will try to ensure that this crisis is paid for on the backs of the working class, and they will use their usual divide and rule tactics that even now pits children against each other. So let's reject their hate. Let's reject their division. Let's fight for a society of the 99%, not the 1%. Let's fight for a 15% pay rise demanded by NHS staff. Let's not waste billions on new nuclear weapons. Let's fight for an end to fire and rehire. Let's fight for a Green New Deal. Let's fight for a social security system that treats people with dignity and respect, for a right to food, for free education, for 1 million new council houses, for an end to all NHS privatisation, and for a national care service. And let's work towards a world of peace and justice, including a free Palestine. In fact, let's fight for all the popular policies that Labour stood on under Jeremy Corbyn. Policies needed now more than ever. And let's demand a wealth tax on the super rich to pay for it. Let's build a society together. Let's build a society for the many, not the few.
Thank you. Next we have Paul Peters, the National Steering Committee member for Disabled People Against the Cuts. On behalf of Disabled People Against Cuts, solidarity to you all on the march and watching from home today. 6 years ago, we stormed Parliament for the right to independent living. We occupied that building and nearly got into the House of Commons chamber. This is a message to Boris Johnson. We did it then. We can do it again. For equality, inclusion and social justice. You will never take our right to protest. We will occupy buildings. We will block roads. And you be afraid. Be very afraid.
because after 15 months of shielding, DPAC are back! The pandemic has had an absolute catastrophic impact on disabled people's lives. Thousands of disabled people have had do not resuscitate orders placed on their medical records without their knowledge or consent or that of their families. We must hold the government to account for that. But during the pandemic, the government used the Care Act of 2014 and the easements under that act to cut social care. When disabled people needed the support, it was taken from them. We say to this government, we demand a fully funded social care system free at the point of need, and we will fight for it. We remember every human being who's lost their lives due to the pandemic, but it should never be forgotten that 60% of coronavirus deaths are disabled people. We demand an independent coronavirus inquiry, and we must get coronavirus recognised as a disability. At the beginning of the pandemic, Rishi Sunak uplifted universal credit by £20 a week. We're fighting to get universal credit, the uplift made permanent. He's only extended it to September. But during the budget, he forgot disabled people. He forgot the 2.5 legacy benefit claimants. He discriminated against them. Many who are having stark choices between heating or eating. We demand, Rishi Sunak, 20 more for all. We demand you cancel the cut to universal credit. We say to all of you out there, support Unite Community's member-led Day of Action on the 14th of July. We say to you, join the summer of activity, but we also say to you, our overall aim, universal credit is a crime. We need to get universal credit stopped and scrapped and replaced with a social security system that is fair and just for everyone, with a safety net for everyone. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. Thousands of disabled people have died due to the cuts to work capability assessment and personal independence payments. That should never be forgotten. We say to this government, you've got blood on your hands of disabled people. We demand an independent benefit deaths inquiry. But we also demand that you enshrine the right to independent living into UK law. You enshrine the United Nations Conventions of the Rights of People with Disabilities, the 36 articles, you implement them. But this is a message to Johnson and to all of the government. You're guilty of grave and systematic human rights violations towards disabled people under the UNCRPD. There's only one place for you. In the dock, facing justice, there's only one place for you. That's prison. And we're going to make sure it happens. DPAC will see you on the streets very soon. Solidarity. Palestine! 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 Palestine!
Wow, how good was that? How good was that? Paula Peters, a fighter, someone who's chained herself up in that house over there to make the point on behalf of disabled people like herself. Fantastic, well done, Paula, and fantastic contribution from DPAC. Our next speaker, again, needs very little introduction. Our next speaker is leading the fight in that chamber right now against the obscenity of employers using COVID as a smokescreen to undermine pay and other terms and conditions of working people. Leading the fight against fire and rehire, and that's Barry Gardner MP. Barry.
Has everybody seen Jeremy Corbyn? I want to make sure I get photobombed. Are you having a good time? How can you? How can you when 4 million people, our fellow citizens, are depending on food banks? When decent people are being told if you want to be in the same job tomorrow, then you have to accept a huge pay cut. So do you want to stop, fire and rehire? You bet. And it's just wrong. It's wrong that you can have people who are being told each day that they don't have enough to be able to feed their kids or to meet their mortgage or their rent, and we've got to do something to sort it out. And that's what my bill will do in Parliament. You want to build a workplace where people are treated with respect, not like commodities, excess packaging disposed of at some manager's whim, treated with dignity and paid a real wage where they can afford not just a home and food on the table, but a decent life for them and their families. If we're going to create that society, we need to start now. We need to rebuild that red wall, brick by brick, voter by voter, and we need to start in the workplace, where too many people feel used and powerless, insecure and beholden. And today we've come from all parts of the country. We're here to say that Britain can be the best place to live and work. Things can be better. Boris lied his way to the top. Thousands died because of Tory incompetence, and millions live in fear of the bills they can't pay. Well, Boris, we are taking back control. We will stop fire and rehire. And Argos, Tesco, Sainsbury, British Gas, they're all at it, threatening working people who actually make the profits, who build the businesses, who deserve respect and a decent wage. Greed has gripped the boardroom, and it's time we redress the balance. We need to restore and enforce rights at work, and we need strong trade unions that can stand up for the workers they represent without having their hands tied behind their backs. In America, Joe Biden agrees. In New Zealand, Jacinta agrees. In Rome, the Pope agrees. Our Stop and Fire and Rehire campaign has the backing of almost every union. Every day, another adds their name. But we need your help. The campaign won't be won by speeches in Parliament, it'll be won by you. By you making the man who lives down there at number 10 feel that he's got no option, that he has to do a U-turn just like the school meals. So take your phones. I mean it, right now, take your phones out. Post your photos, thumbs up, Instagram, Stop, Fire and Rehire. Join, follow, comment, share, go on the website. If everyone here shared the campaign across the country with a couple of friends, the whole country would know. They would know that this is wrong, that we're out there to stop it. We can make Britain the best place to work. Let's stop, fire and rehire. Solidarity.
Brilliant, thank you, Barry. Next, we've got Larissa Kennedy, National President of the National Union of Students.
Hello, 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 comrades. Can we make some noise on Parliament Square? Come on. Yes, I am here on behalf
us. So let's hear some more noise! So let's kick this off real talk here. I'm going to say students and workers. You're going to say unite and fight. Students and workers. Unite and fight. Students and workers. Unite and fight. Students and workers. Unite and fight. We're uniting to resist because we know these Tories aren't fit to govern. Because we've seen them tear through our communities with disabled, black and brown and working class communities bearing the brunt of their nonsense. And we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. And the other reason we know they're not fit to govern is because we look around all of us, we look around our communities and we are fit to govern. We see ourselves re-envisioning our communities, a society rooted in care, rooted in justice, rooted in liberation. And this pandemic has shown those foundational cracks in a Tory-run society. It's shown that these things are broken. Education is just one of the terrains where we see that struggle. We saw the A-levels fiasco. We saw them put students in lockdowns. We saw them extort us for fees, for rent, and we say no more! So we are saying an end to the exploitation of students. We're saying an end to the exploitation of workers. We're putting an end to hyper-policing of our campuses and of our streets. And we're trying to build a new vision for education. I am standing here in a top that says decolonisation is not a metaphor. Our universities hold billions of pounds of wealth. They put that money into war. They put that money into the climate catastrophe. So we say free, free! Free, free! Free, free! That means divestment from our universities. That means changing the way these things run. It's not just our government that's investing, it's these institutions too. So we're fighting to decolonise education, we're fighting to democratise education, and we're fighting to demarketise education. Get the market out of education. Publicly funded education, free at the point of use, from cradle to grave, lifelong, accessible, and truly free education for all. So on the streets and in our communities, we must unite and fight to demand a new normal. Solidarity, thank you. Thank you so much, Larissa. Next we have Jake Bowers from Drive to Survive, the Roma campaign against the police bill.
You are so beautiful looking at you now with all these different colours. If you've got any friends that leave them, call them back because I've got some magic that I want you to perform. What we're going to do collectively, and you have to learn these words, is we are going to put a gypsy curse on Priti Patel. Who's with me? Warm your voices up first. Kill the bill! Kill the bill! Kill the bill! Right, let me tell you about Priti Patel and what she's doing to us as a community. Part 4 of the police bill does 3 things to us. It will entirely eradicate nomadic life in Britain for all gypsies and travellers and Roma people. It will give police the power to seize gypsy and traveller homes. It will fine gypsies and travellers up to £2,500 for simply leading our traditional lifestyle which we've had in this country for 500 years. And if that was not bad enough, it will imprison those needing to follow a nomadic way of life because of a lack of safe legal stopping places. It is a curse that Priti Patel and Boris Johnson are putting on us. But let me tell you a bit about us. We've been in this country for 500 years. We've fought for this country, we've worked for this country, we've done everything for this country. And if my brothers over there could raise the Romani flag, I want all of you to take a day off work on the 7th of July and meet me next to Mahatma Gandhi to start a summer of discontent against this awful government and tell them, not only are you going to try and evict us, well, we are going to evict you. If you come for our homes, we will come for you. And what I want you to do right now is I want you to join me in learning a bit of Romani. Now, like Bob Dylan, I wrote this out very badly earlier, but it's 4 words. Pretty, that's her name. Chum means kiss. Mandy's means mine. You can guess what the last word means. Okay, so we're going to start slow. Pretty chum, Mandy's ball. You ready? Pretty chum, Mandy's ball. 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 Yeah! Kill the bill. So, if you see any of our Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities around, get one of these leaflets. Meet me there on the 7th, right next to Mahatma Gandhi, because we live in a country where democracy is almost dead and it's dying. Our electoral system is on its knees. The people in there have never represented us and they never will. So we have to start a campaign of mass civil disobedience against this tired, racist lot. And it will start for us there, next to Mahatma Gandhi, on July the 7th. One more time, Pretty chum, Mandy's ball. Pretty chum, Mandy's ball. Louder so she can hear it in Essex. Mandy's ball. Pretty chum, Mandy's ball. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, thanks very much for that, Jake. There's a slogan to remember. Look, colleagues, we've got some fantastic speakers still to come. We're coming to the end, by the way. But we've got Keep Our NHS Public. We've got the fantastic Extinction Rebellion. We've got the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. We've got some great speakers. And just to introduce our next speaker again, who's been part of our movement since day one, who's a fighter inside his own union, the National Education Union, that's Alex Kenny. So, Alex, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Steve, and thanks everyone for being here today. I want to bring you greetings on behalf of 450,000 members of the National Education Union and our Joint General Secretaries Mary Bousted and Kevin Courtney. We're pleased to work with the People's Assembly, and I want to congratulate Ramona, Sam and all their colleagues at the PA for what they've done putting this demonstration together today. We haven't forgotten how to do it, and we're going to need more of it, as other speakers have said. Colleagues, this government talks about levelling up, as though Boris Johnson stands on the shoulders of John Lilburn. But it's just a phrase without meaning if you don't put your money where your mouth is. They hired an expert, this government hired an expert to tell them what is needed for education recovery, to support children, schools and families after the pandemic. They were told by Kevin Collins, you need £15 billion to support what schools need to do, and they gave just £1.5 billion. That's £50 per child, compared with £2,500 per child in the Netherlands and £1,600 per child in the US. That's what we mean when we say they're not fit to govern. Kevin Collins has now resigned from his post overseeing education recovery, but it's not him who should have resigned. It's Boris Johnson, it's Gavin Williamson, and yes, Matt Hancock should resign too. It's a disgrace that in a country as rich as ours, 4.2 million children live in poverty. In an average class in a school, 9 children are now living below poverty. And our members see children coming to school hungry, cold and tired. During the pandemic, our members have been dipping into their own pockets to provide food, to provide laptops for children, to provide clothing and basic equipment for kids in many schools across this rich country. And let me say this, it's poverty, not anti-racism, that is destroying children's life chances. Our members know what the problems are, and they're standing together against racism, which my union is proud to do. We need to end child poverty and the class divide in this country, and we need to end child hunger. Every single Tory who talks about levelling up voted against extending free school meals. And this week we heard that just by changing the date on which they count the number of children in schools, they're taking £90 million away from the free school meal budget. What hypocrites! They're not fit to govern. During the COVID pandemic, our members delivered school meals, they kept children safe, they clothed them, and they kept in touch with children and taught them remotely and in person. We now need support from this government and support from you. We're on the streets today bringing our message to Parliament, but we all know, don't we, that if we're going to bring about the changes we need in our society, we need to build a mass movement in our workplaces, in our communities and on the streets. So let's go back and build the People's Assembly, build our trade unions and build our community organisations. The NEU is with you. Solidarity.
Thank you. Next we've got Louise Irvin from Keep Our NHS Public.
Thank you everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of Keep Our NHS Public. This government is not fit to govern. It is criminally negligent, guilty of social murder. The government's failings have meant we have one of the highest death rates from COVID in the world. My own father was one of those who died. I work for the NHS. NHS staff are on their knees. The NHS is on its knees. Hundreds of NHS staff have died from COVID. Thousands of workers in public-facing jobs and thousands of elderly and disabled people have also died because of lack of protection. This is criminal negligence. The government was negligent long before COVID. A decade of austerity undermined the NHS, widened health inequalities and reduced life expectancy. COVID exposed our fractured society, the highest death rates amongst the low paid, amongst frontline staff, ethnic minorities, the disabled and the old. This government has been grotesquely opportunist, giving contracts worth billions to their greedy, incompetent mates. Contracts which have failed to deliver, whether that's test and trace or PPE. These failures mean we face a third wave, longer restrictions, and more death, hardship, misery and suffering. They are not fit to govern. They've got to go. We need a public inquiry into those failings now, not in 5 years when it's too late to learn lessons and save lives. That's why Keep Our NHS Public held a People's COVID inquiry, hearing from ordinary people and workers, bereaved families for justice and experts from Independent Sage. We will be presenting our initial report on the 7th of July. We've got a day of action across the country, 3rd of July, for the NHS anniversary, calling for proper funding for the NHS. Fund the NHS, not the private sector. Calling for restorative pay rise for NHS staff. Ending privatisation and opposing the government's NHS bill. Keep Our NHS Public is fighting for a future where the NHS belongs once again to the people. We need to build a more just, fair and equal society, one that guarantees the conditions for healthy lives and healthy work for all. We're never going to get that with this government. They are not fit to govern. They have blood on their hands. They have to go.
Thank you, Claire. Next we've got Claire Farrell. Sorry, thank you Louise. Next we've got Claire Farrell and Bhavini Patel from Extinction Rebellion.
Hi everybody, thank you so much for coming out today. I'm so delighted to see so many people pulling together in the face of these extraordinary times that we're living in. I just want to say a quick introduction before I bring on my friend Bhavini, but yesterday you may have heard that 12 people were preemptively arrested from Extinction Rebellion, and we had a warehouse raid because they know that we're protesting this week about freedom of the press. And I think it just shows that when you go to the heart of the matter and the heart of the problem, They're trying to take away our creativity. They're trying to take away our art. They're arresting artists with paintbrushes and taking out designers with exhibitions on display. So it shows something, doesn't it, about the state of what's happening in this country. And they can't take our love and they can't take our creativity. And I just wanted to say that today. So thanks for coming. And here's my friend Pavini.
Thank you, Claire. And thank you all for being here today, because this is what solidarity looks like. When we share all of our struggles and come together, that's what a united force and something that can hold this government together to account for all the atrocities that they've done to us. So leading on from what Claire was saying, that we are having preemptive strikes for raising our voice, for coming to the streets, guys. And one of the beautiful things that happened yesterday, amongst all of that destruction and distress, 12 people being arrested, is that the Supreme Court in this country told the police and this government that protesting peacefully on the roads is a right. Everyone's right to be on those roads and protesting. So, remember, you must be out every time you can to kill that bill, because it erodes our rights to be on those streets and claiming our voices to hold this government to account. You are able to stand and sit on those roads. This is your democratic right, and I ask every one of you across the country, use your right before it's taken away. So get out there, kill this bill, because that's what unites us all here today, because this government has willfully taken our rights away and our voices. And as a marginalised brown woman who struggles in life as it is, I would never get to stand on this platform ever again come September. For me, for yourselves and your future children, stand up, get active, and make that change. So thank you. And always remember, whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? What love?
Wow, the fantastic Claire and Barbini there from Extinction Rebellion. Thanks for everything that you do, putting the planet #1 item on so many people's agendas. Look, colleagues, we've only got 2 speakers. 1 speaker and a closing address from my mate John Rees. But before John, loads of people on the demo today, and loads of people across our nations for years now, have been mounting the campaign, supporting the campaign to free Palestine. And they've done that alongside other causes in Kurdistan and elsewhere around the world, where populations and peoples have been displaced, abused, murdered and imprisoned. And I'm very proud to introduce Ben Jamal as the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign to address that. Thank you, Steve. I am delighted to be here representing the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, and I am delighted to see so many flags of Palestine flying today. Fly them high! Today, we have marched united against a politics that privileges the rights of the few against the many, against a politics that sustains unjust structures that disempower people because of their class, their gender, their race, their sexual identity or religion. A politics that believes the conventions of human rights or international law can be cast aside in favour of the law of the jungle. We stand here because we believe that these principles of justice and rights matter. And I stand here as the director of PSC and as a Palestinian. because I recognise that the struggle for justice of the Palestinian people is an indivisible part of the struggle against all unjust structures of power. When Israel drops bombs on Gaza, when Israel sends bulldozers to demolish Palestinian homes, when Israel seeks to uproot families from homes they have lived in for decades simply because they are Palestinians, and when Israel imposes a system of apartheid on all Palestinians, including those who are citizens of the Israeli state. These are crimes not just against Palestinians, but against all of humanity. That is why we say, in our thousands and in our millions, we are all Palestinians. And I am here today because Israel could not sustain this system of occupation, this system of apartheid, this system of settler colonialism without the support and the complicity of our government, without the complicity of our public bodies, without the complicity of our companies and our corporations. So our protest does not stop here, our protest continues. I ask you to join us in July for 3 days of action. On July the 8th, when we lobby Parliament calling for sanctions on Israel. On July the 9th, when students across the UK will be marching, calling for their universities to divest from complicit companies. And on July the 10th, when we hold a day of action against Cuba, a key BDS target. You can find details of all of that on PSC's website. So today, finally, we join together to say no to the politics that denies people the right to secure homes and jobs. No to the politics that sustain systems of patriarchy and systems of racial injustice. No to the politics that destroys the planet in favour of corporate profit. And no to the politics that sustains and supports Israel's system of apartheid. Yes to freedom, yes to justice, yes to equality, and yes to the right of the Palestinian people to enjoy that freedom, that justice, that equality in their historic homeland. Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Wow, fantastic. Thanks very much for that, man. A rousing call for the plight and the justice calls of the Palestinian people. Brilliant. Look, this brings us to the end of today's rally. I'm not going to be back here, so I just want to say a huge thanks to each and every one of you for your time today, for everything that you do, everything that you've done, and everything that you're going to do back in your communities, in your workplaces, on the bus, down the pub, wherever it is that you're having those discussions and winning that battle of ideas for a fairer, greener, more equal society. The fight for justice for all, the fight for humanity, the fight for Palestinian and Kurdish solidarity, the fight for class solidarity. So a huge thanks from me to all of you, and I'm going to pass it over to my mate, a founding member of the People's Assembly and an advocate of social, political and justice for all, John Rees. John.
Thanks very much, Steve, and thanks very much to Unite the Union. That has always been at the heart of support for the People's Assembly, and long may that continue. It is a crucial foundation stone of radical politics in this country that the trade union movement and the social movements stand together. And that wasn't always the truth, but it's the truth now, and it's a truth that we must fight to defend. I want to make one other point here. You know, Boris Johnson is always on about how he's a defender of freedom, how the Tories are defenders of freedom, but just let me say two things about that. There is no freedom worth a damn for working people unless they can protest, unless they can organise, unless they can get on the streets. So Boris Johnson, you're not a friend of freedom, you're an enemy of our ability to organise, of our freedom of speech. And by the way, don't lecture us about freedom of speech when you have Julian Assange banged up in Belmarsh jail. I especially welcome the fact that XR have got a freedom of the press event here tomorrow. Well done, good for you, glad to see you here. And I want to say this about today's demonstration. It's been brilliant to see the Black Lives Matter activists here and leading the demonstration. It's been brilliant to see Palestine solidarity here along the demonstration. Brilliant to see XR, brilliant to see the WASPy women, brilliant to see the campaigners to kill the bill. And I'll tell you what that shows. It shows a real maturity in the movement. Because the first thing you learn when you come into radical politics is how to argue for what you believe. Now good, that's brilliant. I'm a socialist, I'm a revolutionary. I will always want to argue for those things. And I expect black activists to argue against racism. I expect Palestinian activists to argue for Palestine. But I tell you what's really mature, to have a second thought. And the second thought is this: how do I unite with others to build a bigger, stronger movement in which we are all represented? Not just what do I think, but what do I have in common with what other people think? How can I unite with them? How can I build a movement to take those bastards down? That's mature politics. And I'll tell you how you tell the difference between us and them. Boris Johnson and his cabinet have never, ever come out from behind the closed walls. The walls of Eton, the walls of Oxford colleges, the walls of manor houses and stately homes and gated communities. There are people in this government who have never seen a crowd like this, because when they look out of their windows in the morning, they see more deer in the park than they see ordinary human beings. So they don't know when they say about the white working class. They don't know there's no such thing. There's never been a white working class. There is only a working class that has Huguenots, that has Roma, that has Jews, that has Muslims, that has Afro-Caribbeans, that has the entirety of humanity embodied in a single class. And that's why we are stronger than you. That is why you can never know what our lives are like. That's why you allowed 160,000 of your fellow citizens to die in a COVID pandemic that you could have stopped in month 1, that you could have stopped last year. You let us die. You let us die. You let us die in the care homes. You let us die in the hospitals. We will never forgive that. We will never forget that. We are coming for you.
Okay, folks, that was a tremendous load of speeches we had there. Some really, really excellent people. We've got another couple of people to find. I think we're just going to interview another couple of speakers and someone else before we wrap up. Okay, so let's have a look over here. Here's Jake Bauer, actually. Jake, do you want to say hello? Sorry.
Say you're protesting destruction when they've been fucking locked up for decades.
When they live in an open prison.
Yeah.
Hello, mate. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
We're live on the People's Assembly Facebook page. All right. So I was just going to ask you, great speech you gave earlier. I love the curse. I was just going to say, tell us about this event that you've got coming up.
Okay, so on the 7th of July at 1 o'clock, we're going to be over there, right next to Mahatma Gandhi. Like, they put statues up.
Just over your shoulder.
Yeah, they put statues up about him. But we all know that if he was alive today, he'd be slated by the right-wing press. But he is, he's from India. The Romani people, we're from India. Our language is related to Sanskrit and Hindi. We've been here for 500 years, and the Tory party wants to wipe us out. Part 4 of the police bill basically bans our nomadic culture. They've pretty much already killed our culture off, the nomadic element of our culture, and they've come back to finish the job. And we cannot allow that. We cannot go without a fight. So we need people to join us on the 7th.
Fantastic. That's it, mate. If you guys just grab one of them. There we go. And we'll just do that. How's that, Steve? All right, Neil. Brilliant. Thanks, Jake.
No worries.
Good luck with it. And I'll see you, if I don't see you before, I'll see you in Manchester in October.
All right. Lovely.
Nice one. With the horses, definitely. Can I just hold that, because I just need to get me back.
They're really supportive, everybody out across the street.
Well, the thing is, when I keep pointing out about the policing bill, of course everyone goes on the protest bit.
Okay.
I reckon that's a bit.
Nice one. So, who have we got? Oh, okay. Oh, and here it is. Look, you've even got a graphic. No. Oh, fantastic! Nice one. Hello.
How are you doing? Nice to meet you.
I'm all right.
Are you Stephen?
Sorry?
You're Stephen.
No, that's Stephen.
That's Stephen.
No, I'm Rafe. I'm the monkey. He's the organ grinder.
Right. Okay.
So tell us what your campaign. Oh, okay. Fantastic.
A few of our people have gone already, but there's one more who's just vanished.
No, this is brilliant. So tell us about your campaign. Alan, did you say?
It's Alan.
Tell us about your campaign, Alan.
Okay, our group is called Get PR Done, and we're a cross-party, no-party group for electoral reform. There's been a lot of discussion today about what an undemocratic country we have. We don't claim that proportional representation is going to solve all the problems. That would be ridiculous. There's so many problems. But that's a very good place to start, so that in fact, the number of seats in Parliament
over there
are actually relate to the number of votes the party got. And that's not what happens. The Tories, for example, in December 2019, got 43% of the vote and 53% of the seats. And other parties, I just keep getting jerked around, thousands, millions of wasted votes. So we're in fact a campaign to try and give power to the people, power to voters to in fact decide what happens in that place.
And so what do you say to people who say, yeah, voting system, whatever, what we really need to do is change the system?
Listen, I can assure you, you don't even want to know about what I got to do about changing the system. We're a very tight campaign. We say we want to win PR. The first step in that is to in fact win the Labour Party to PR. Then it would be the Labour Party and all the small parties, the Greens, the SNP, the Plaid, SNP, against the Tories. That's a battle that can be won. Right now, the problem is there's two big parties who support the existing voting system. Until we change that, we're not going to get anywhere.
Okay. And if people want to get involved in I was just going to say, that's it. Lots of CLPs are voting on it at the moment, aren't
Yes, they are. Actually, it's tremendous. I think it's there's two more just over the last 36 hours. I think there are about 230 constituency Labour parties in this country who in fact said our party must support proportional representation.
So that's like nearly, well, it's not half, but it's not
No, it's not half, but there's been very few rejections. It's hard to organize under pandemic conditions. But you see, 76% of Labour Party members support PR. We're just trying to get that into the head of Keir Starmer, that in fact the majority of your members want PR. People like Clive Lewis, Andy Burnham from Manchester. Well, you've heard of him. Yeah, he's come out for PR. It's Clive Lewis. John McDonnell, we'll win over some other people as time goes along. Howard Beckett. I mean, did you hear Howard? One of the best speakers there. I have an interview today. He's in favor of PR. More and more people are recognizing PR is not the whole answer, but it's a good place to start.
Brilliant. And if people want to get involved?
Get PR done, Google it, Facebook it, you'll find us.
Brilliant. Nice one, mate. Good luck with it.
See ya. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, folks.
Okay, thank you.
So, has he vanished? I was just about to... How's that? He's vanished. Oh, there he is. Andy! Doesn't matter, I don't think. We got him there. Do you want a decent background? Unless you want to... You want that shot of you pushing over Big Ben or something?
Yeah, let me come round.
Okay, let's turn round and let's show people where we are, Steve. Because look, Tories. Look, that's good, isn't it? That's a good picture. Yes, we happy? Nice one. So Andy Hopping. Brilliant, right? So you're regional guy, South Central for the CWU.
Correct. Yes.
So post is frontline workers. We've had Dave Ward speaking as well. So tell us what's it been like in your region, and for your members to be working through a pandemic.
Well, it's. I think actually we've come out of it quite well, because being classed as essential workers has really sort of galvanised public support for us, because we were in an era where we had a sort of a rogue CEO that really was just based on increasing the share price.
They were literally carpetbaggers,
yeah,
weren't they? They came out to nick it.
And they wanted to break up the business and sell parts of it off. And I think the industrial action ballots, we had 3 of them, did, especially in the 90s, help. So us being classed through this pandemic as essential workers, I think has made not only the public appreciate us, but we've had a new CEO that wants to work with the trade union, and we've sort of come out with a new agreement called the Pathway to Change, which is hopefully, it's never too early because people don't hang around a long time in CEO positions, but at the moment we're doing good business, so yeah, it's quite good.
Excellent. And you've got some elections coming up. What are you campaigning on? What's the difference between you and everybody else?
Well, we've got every 2 years we have NEC and PEC elections. I've been. I actually represent minority grades, so sometimes it's quite difficult to get elected with sometimes the big delivery sections there, because I represent sort of Capita and Post Office Limited who've had a real tough time. So yeah, it's always challenging, but I think Dave Ward was here today speaking on a new deal for workers. I think he's very passionate about igniting the TUC again and basically getting the TUC to do something. I think we're moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, the pandemic has stopped us having any demonstrations and marches for quite some time. But I think, yeah, it's about time someone engages the TUC and gets all the unions together with a collective strength. So hopefully Dave can do that, and hopefully I can get elected.
Well, nice one. And I know you're a big supporter of the People's Assembly. So anytime you want to come and say hello, please do.
Well, I didn't recognise you now that you've lost your beard and a lot of hair.
Nice
so. it's always a pleasure to speak to you, and it's always a pleasure to come on your organised march with speakers.
What a fantastic do this has been as well. It's been amazing to be out.
Yeah, the weather helps, and I think it's just good because people needed to catch up with one another, and people haven't seen each other for a long time, and people are a bit isolated. So I think it's been brilliant, and everybody enjoyed, the speakers and what they stand for. I mean, I personally think all the causes that you're making demands for are right.
Yeah,
so
very diverse, real diverse coalition. And I hope you're going to come up to Manchester. The Tories are having their party conference in Manchester again.
Yes,
you're going to come up.
Yes, always like to come to Manchester, and it'd be a pleasure coming up and seeing you again.
Fantastic. If I don't see you before, I'll see you then.
Top man.
Nice one, mate. Brilliant.
Cheers.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Do you want to say hello, Liam? Well, Bryn doesn't want to be in it. So, Liam Smythe, Ian, do you want to come and say hello? We're just about to wrap up, so we'll have a little bit of representation from Manchester People's Assembly.
Which way are we going?
We're getting that big thing in over there with our Tories.
That's what I think.
So, Ian Johnson, Liam Smythe from Manchester People's Assembly, both stewarding today. How's your day been, Ian?
Oh, it's been great, yeah, really good atmosphere, really enjoyed it, yeah.
Excellent. And was there a speech, was there a campaign, was there something that stood out for you?
To be honest, the most impressive thing for me was the amount of Free Palestine people. It was a really good turnout from them, really made their presence known, and it was great to see them, yeah.
And I guess, I don't know if people realise that we do work pretty hard. We've got not that many volunteers, but if people do get involved, they get to be behind the scenes and really involved in something like this. It's very rewarding, actually. Do you not think?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, it's great. I mean, it's just really good to know you're able to contribute, whatever little bit you can do. Obviously, it all helps. And, so when you think about the logistics of pulling off something like this, stopping the traffic down one of the main streets in London, it's, just to think that you kind of just helped in any little way. You've got to show up. You've got to, no point sitting at home grumbling that you don't like things. Get out there, try and change them.
That's it. Instead of just shouting at the telly, you can come and shout along with loads of other like minds as well. It's true.
And it's good
much
fun.
better. Yeah, it is. Brilliant. Nice one, mate. Liam, how about you? So you've been stage minder. What are your duties been today?
Stage minder, checking people off the guest list, getting the speakers ready. Just general good vibes and being a good guy.
Even if you say so yourself.
Even if I do say so.
And what are you doing? Are you staying over? You just come down for the day?
No, I'm going to get the train home tonight at 9 o'clock.
So you came down this morning and you're going back tonight?
Yeah, come down this morning, 5 to 8 train this morning, getting a 9 o'clock train home tonight. So train's good, it's a good way to get here, couldn't do them coach journeys.
No. And so again, I'd ask the same question. Of all the campaigns, all the speakers that you've heard today, is there anyone who stands out for you?
Yeah, the whole Kill the Bill stuff. I thought that was tremendous. There was some really emotional speakers, and they speak from the heart. And like Ian said, what's the point of shouting at your telly? And what is the point of shouting at your telly when you could come and be here and potentially be on the telly? So it's always good to get out and about, get involved. It broadens your mind as well, being at something like this, because you're not just confined to one campaign, be it the People's Assembly or the Palestinian Solidarity Movement or Black Lives Matter. You're broadening your horizons and you're opening your mind to all these other great things.
Yeah. Nice one, mate.
Short one.
Catch you in a bit. Yeah.
That's a shot for you there, mate.
Yes, very good. Nice one. Uri, do you want to say hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hoping that you're going to ask
Okay, so this is my friend Uri from Israel.
Yes.
And you've had to comply with all kinds of weird rules and stuff to get here.
I already did 4 corona checks in the last 3 days. And British one are very strange.
And I guess, what I wanted to ask you about was what's happening in Israel, the Israeli election, but you've seen this massive Palestine solidarity campaign on this march and in this country, in almost every city of the country over the last little while since the Sheikh Jihad business. What have you got to? Have you got something to? What did you think when you saw that here in this country?
I was quite amazed, surprised, obviously very happy about that, because you don't, when you're in Israel and you fight against occupation and what horrible things that the government is doing, you don't see these kind of things in, you don't see the support in national television in Israel. It's, almost as brainwashed as here.
Almost.
Depends on what angle. So you see only the politicians, the fuckers from the Tories who support Israel and sell weapons and the right to defend itself and all these things. And to see such a large crowd, supporting, helping promote the cause, it's really amazing. I think it's really important.
Very good.
I actually sent videos to a few Palestinian friends of mine to show them that they have support around the world, and they surprisingly were very touched. More than I thought. They were really happy about that.
The number of people who come out today and who we've seen in Manchester, we've seen all over the place. It's clearly resonating as an issue with a lot of British people, from all kinds of different backgrounds.
And yet the government is not touched by it at all. No, it's.
Well, we know it's the part of the neoliberal agenda. I've not really interviewed many Palestinians today. The People's Assembly. It's not really, People's Assembly. We do campaign for international justice, but the Palestine issue's not been front and centre for us. But seeing as you're here.
Since the last attack of Israel on Gaza and on Israeli citizens, a lot changed with the new government, and in some senses it's much better.
So, do you think that is that got currency in Israel as well, with the Israeli population? Did that attack change things for them there as well, or is it our perception from outside?
Changed.
Was it one step too far in Israel?
I would say the opposite. It was very obvious. The opposite in a strange opposite. I'll explain in a second. It was obvious that the war, like the attack on Gaza, and also you had a lot of clashes between civilians inside cities, between Jewish and Arabs. It was a last attempt of Netanyahu before he was, moved out of power. So they did a lot of things to make this war happen just before the transition. And the fact that it happened, it was horrible. It lasted for 2 weeks, and then it almost felt like it never happened. And the new government was able to form with a Palestinian party in it, the first time since 1948. Shows that in a way coexistence and maybe any chance of future peace is still there, because you have to be on the ground to feel it. But you had like constant fascist speakers all around 24 hours in the news, speaking against Palestinians, and yet they were able to form a right-wing and Palestinian coalition. It's something that is very, very important.
Do you know what, man? Fucking hell, bridges not walls. I'm so tired of just this whole organisation to put us in conflict with each other and to put us in conflict, the rich, the poor, the haves, the have-nots. I'm so sick of it. And yeah, absolutely, if they start tearing walls down and start building bridges, please.
So I can tell a small story just to end the 4 hours. They have this law that if you're Jewish and you marry a non-Jewish foreigner, you're allowed to bring them to Israel as citizens, like in any normal country, any liberal country. There is a law, it's like a permanent law from 2003, that if you're Palestinian and you marry a Palestinian, you're not allowed to do that. Every year they renew the law, and now they have to do it next month. But now they have Palestinian in the government. So it's not as automatic, and nobody notices it. I'm living in Israel, I'm left-wing, I'm activist, and I it was never in my mind because it was, so easy for them to pass it. Everybody agrees, so it's just not a news. And now they can't just pass it because you have Palestinian in the government. So you have the fascists, and they actually have to talk and make some agreement. So they do, and they decide that some people. It's still a horrible law that they're gonna pass, but they have to give something back. So people with disabled people will be allowed to move, and people who are above 50 will be allowed. So you have this kind of thing that happens when you have to sit and negotiate, and you're part of one government. I'm very optimistic about that.
Fantastic. I can't wait for some good news. Nice, mate. Excellent.
What are you?
What are we?
What are you?
We're the People's Assembly Against Austerity Facebook page.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what are you?
I am standing for freedom to dance because I meant to be on a music festival today, but unfortunately because of this disease it got cancelled again and again and again.
Which festival?
Saimira Festival. It's in Kent. It's Psytrance Festival. So yeah, that's why I'm here, for freedom to dance. I want to dance. I want to go to music festivals. I just want to listen to the music. Enough is enough, basically.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, let's hope in the next few weeks things will change and we can actually party again.
we need to do the protest like that every fucking day. Every single day. Drop the baseball balls, everything, potatoes, eggs, I don't care what, but it needs to, enough is enough, seriously. 2 years, no festival, no Glastonbury, no Saimira, no anything, no noise.
And no gigs, no theatre, all of those people in the creative arts. I'm totally with you.
Exactly.
I'm totally with you. It's definitely, I'm done with it. I'm absolutely done with it. We're here today, thank God. This is the first decent sized demonstration we've had in a really long time. Yeah.
If we do it more often, it will make a difference. Tomorrow is a rave over here again, official one, not illegal one like today. But yes, I we just need to do it more often and often and often. And
oh, are you coming to the Extinction Rebellion thing here tomorrow? There's an Extinction Rebellion, Freedom of the Press thing here tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, because we're going to the forest tonight.
Have a brilliant time.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice one, folks.
Thank you.
See ya. Okay, I do believe. Is there anybody over there who we want to speak to? Let's see. No. Kevin's always good. Have we? Okay. Well, what have we got? Because you can hear the noise over here, folks. These are the anti-vax campaigners. So they're letting off bangers and stuff, and there's a few strays crossing over into this demonstration. Okay. Steve, I'm not going into another demo, mate. I can't do it.
Just show it then.
We can show it. Yeah, let's show it. Okay. Okay. So I think you can see that actually there's a pretty good atmosphere here. Don't think there's any trouble.
for having a Tories out thing. I said it doesn't matter, we're heading in the right direction, that's what matters.
There's a lot in common actually,
There's
isn't
a
there?
coalition. In wars you need a coalition. We're on the same side. We're all against dystopia, we all believe in freedom. Yeah, absolutely.
That thing there.
Absolutely.
Nice one, mate.
Thank you.
Let's go back over here then. Just make sure there's no one to speak to. Okay, so Winston Churchill, Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, all of these others in Parliament Square. We're signing off. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you at the next one. All right, folks. Tories out.